of the freedmen and was a staunch advocate for their rights. I worked closely with him on legislation to prevent tribes from disenfranchising their descendants. As ranking member and now chairwoman of the committee, I continue that fight for justice for the descendants of freedmen. Currently, there are tribes that are implementing federally funded programs in a way that actively discriminates against descendants of freedmen in direct violation of treaty obligations. Congress has every right to ensure that federal funding implemented in compliance with all relevant obligations. We must stand by the rights promised to freedmen and the treaties that guaranteed those rights over a century ago and hold these tribes accountable. I'd like to say how proud I am of the descendants of Native freedmen who have never wavered in their fight for human dignity and equal recognition, even when it seemed no one would listen, even with the growing movement for reparations that recognizes the forced and uncompensated labor that built this country and the riches amassed because of it. It seems that the fight of the descendants of freedmen still has never been rightfully acknowledged and affirmed. This pandemic has made clear that the ongoing discrimination of the freedmen descendants can literally mean the difference between life and death for descendants of freedmen who have been denied COVID vaccines. So I urge the distinguished members of this committee, we must honor our word as a nation and uphold as honorable people the obligations of these treaties. This is as much true for the United States government, which has failed to meet all of its treaty obligations, as it is for the five tribes. This work is ongoing, and it is the obligation to the descendants of freedmen that can't be left out of that conversation. I want to thank again Senator Schatz for holding this important hearing and working with me on this issue. And I must indicate that even though there appears to be only one representative here for the freedmen, I would like, if at all possible, to make sure that the voices of other freedmen are heard in some sense, in some way. And while I'm pleased that the United States Senate is finally hearing testimony from a freedman descendant, I must state that hearing from more voices, not less, is the key to productive dialogue. It is when we don't expand our table to hear more from those who have been disenfranchised that injustices and systemic inequities are perpetuated. So moving forward, I'm convinced that we can work together to not simply uplift the voices of freedmen, but also to recognize the shared suffering of Native freedmen and Native Americans forced to walk that trail of tears together and the need to honor the treaties of 1866. I do not believe that the documented history of the descendants of freedmen can be ignored, forgotten, or dismissed any longer. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Waters. We appreciate your testimony. Members may submit follow-up questions for the record, and you are excused as we prepare our next panel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. If the panelists could take their seats as we're introducing them, I'd appreciate it. For our second panel, we have the Honorable Brian Newland, Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs at the U.S. Department of Interior. The Honorable Chuck Hoskin, Jr., Principal Chief, Cherokee Nation in Oklahoma. The Honorable Lewis J. Johnson, Chief of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. The Honorable Michael Barrage, General Counsel, Choctaw Nation. The Honorable Jonadev Chowdhury, Ambassador, the Muskogee Creek Nation. Mr. Stephen Greetham, Senior Counsel, the Chickasaw Nation. And Ms. Marilyn Van, President, Descendants of Freedmen of the Five Tribes Association in Oklahoma. I want to remind our witnesses that your full written testimony will be made of the part of the official hearing record, and we would really appreciate it if you could keep your remarks to 5 minutes because this is an extraordinarily packed panel. And we will start with Secretary Nuland. Please proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Thanks to Vice Chair Murkowski and members of the committee. It's great to be here today. My name is Brian Nuland. I have the privilege of serving as Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs here at the Department of the Interior. I want to thank the committee for the opportunity to present the department's testimony at this important oversight hearing on select provisions of the 1866 Reconstruction Treaties between the United States and the 5 tribes in Oklahoma. Several of these treaty provisions provide certain rights and privileges to some freedmen, who are people who were enslaved and later released from servitude by the Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Muskogee Creek, and Seminole nations, called at times the 5 tribes. The department appreciates the opportunity to discuss these important treaty provisions. Each of the 5 tribes enacted laws supporting enslavement and/or restricting the rights of enslaved people. In 1866, after the Civil War, each of the 5 tribes entered into treaties with the United States. Those treaties contain provisions addressing the status and rights of freedmen and persons of African descent residing amongst the 5 tribes. It is important to understand that there is no single treaty or uniform law that applies to all freedmen. The Cherokee Nation, the Muskogee Creek Nation, and the Seminole Nation each have their own treaty with the United States, and the Chickasaw and Choctaw Nations share a treaty in common with the United States. All 4 of these treaties have slightly different provisions relating to the freedmen. In 1896, Congress established a commission to the 5 civilized tribes to prepare membership rolls for each of the tribes in anticipation of allotting their lands. Congress directed the commission to determine applications for citizenship in each of the 5 tribes in accordance with their treaties and their laws. Congress also required the commission to make a roll of freedmen entitled to citizenship in said tribes and to include their names in the lists of members. The final rolls would remain with the Commissioner of Indian Affairs and be considered the true and correct rolls of persons entitled to the rights of citizenship in each tribe.
Y'all hear that? I want y'all to listen to what they said, right? Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Appreciate y'all pulling up, man. I'm gonna tell you right now, bro, don't come in this hole without hitting my like button. If you come in this hole, bro, hit the like button. If you come in this hole, hit the like button, bro. So right now, what you're witnessing is, you know what? I love it. I do. I'm gonna go ahead on and be honest, bro. I love it. Tell niggas right now, because this right here, if this don't show you that it's real, then nothing will. Every niggas running around here talking about all this shit about how you know, the ancestors dropped the ball. Niggas running around here talking about what they would do, what they would have done, and how a nigga would have had them fucked up. Niggas talk about all the reclassification, misclassification in the world. Nigga talk about all the ancient building and bridges and every nook and cranny around this hoe. Nigga got all the information, all of the balls. And I'm gonna tell you right now, nigga, you are in the time, at least you get to witness, right? I guess this like a piece of the ass whooping too. You know? Kick your ancestors' ass, nigga. And you was talking all that shit about what you would do, and the nigga got you fucked up. Well, they say they finna whoop on your ass too, in your lifetime. Finna whoop your ass. You finna get some of this Indian shit too, nigga. You gonna see how it feel to be an Indian, nigga. We finna get down on your ass too, nigga, in your lifetime. And just like your punk ass ancestors, nigga, you ain't gonna do a bitch ass thing about it neither. You ain't gonna do a motherfucking thing. You ain't gonna do nothing. I wanna play this ass whooping. Cause right now we're watching the Senate committee hearing. All right, what are they about to do? They want to reconstruct the 1866 treaty. The only motherfucking thing you niggas got. Only thing you got left, nigga. Only thing they couldn't move. Cherokee and the Nash case. What they do? Drop the freedmen shit. And now they citizens. This the last ride in the sun. They finna whoop up on their ass. And everybody, any way you did have a motherfucking chance, they gonna take it away. Cause niggas don't know how to do nothing but fight each other. And I'm damn near fully convinced that niggas ain't gonna do shit, bro. I am really, really, really convinced. But I ask myself, bro, because there's some great people, bro, that I met on this journey, man, and sometimes I just don't know. We all gonna have our way of how we see this shit and all of that, bro. I'm just gonna stay in my motherfucking lane and stay in my lane, bro, cause I'm looking at the boy for what it really is, bro. And the reality to me, man, if I can be honest with you, bro, nigga about to go through the same thing that their ancestors went through, bro. When the real issue came, nigga wasn't ready. Man, I make the analogy, man, it's like when a motherfucker die and they gotta throw a fish fry in a car wash to bury a motherfucker, bro, cause they weren't ready. And that's them generational curses that we had that we have to break. And Earth is a school, man, and these lessons are up on you, bro. I'm gonna tell you something. This is real. Listen, bro. I might have to sit this one out, bro, because I don't want no blood on my hands, bro. I'm not gonna be able to take it. I'm a motherfucking winner, bro. I'm going for the win. I can't fuck with no division at this place that I'm in right now, bro. And I have a gang. I don't give a fuck, nigga. I'm a street nigga. I come from a hood background, nigga. I've been gang banging for a long time. Well, I was gang banging for a long time, homie. Seen it all. I done got shot. I done did all this shit, nigga. My hood, we ain't had no allies, not on our side of town. But man, I seen some shit. So I know what it is to have an op. I know what it is not to trust the motherfucker. I know what it is not to trust the motherfuckers that's standing around you. I'm an Indian, nigga. I deal with Indian politics, nigga. And when I come around, I know it's Indians who don't fuck with me, who I have to be around. So just by me automatically being on the board, I'm having an open mind. Because I can react a whole different way. But I'm a team player and I need the car to move. Need to make sure that if this bitch stop, it ain't gonna be because of me or my actions. But one thing I see is this gang banging shit. Everybody ain't your friend, homie. Understood. X them off the board. X him off the board, bro. If a nigga had something bad to say about this shit, If a nigga made a threat about stopping this car coming from this paradigm, then get him the fuck out of here. But if a motherfucker got something we can use, and the only thing coming between us, it's a motherfucking words that chose the tribe. Nigga, if you ain't banging out your nation or your tribe, you really ain't saying shit. Indigenous, Aboriginal, Indian, Niji, any of them motherfucking terms, none of that shit don't mean a motherfucking thing. Nigga, if you ain't banging your nation, nigga, you ain't talking about shit. You ain't talking about a motherfucking thing. These niggas sitting on the committee, they ain't in there talking about nations. They ain't in there talking about no motherfucking Indians or none of that shit. They ain't talking about Aboriginal. They ain't talking about Indigenous. They ain't talking about First Nations. They ain't that bitch nigga banging they nations, bro. So what the fuck is these words and shit? Now nigga ain't gonna agree on definitions and shit, and a nigga don't have to. But you gonna need some motherfucking body, bro. If I was the ancestors, I wouldn't give you shit. If you niggas ain't gonna pull together and do it, nigga, it ain't worth shit. Fuck you gonna do when the monsters come? When the big bad motherfuckers come, nigga might got it on rookie mode on your ass. Nigga, you can't even goddamn get a W on rookie mode, bro. Where are all the people that do I'll say this, bro. For nigga coming from an American paradigm, bro, I don't give a fuck if a nigga Aboriginal. I don't give a fuck if a nigga a Moor, a Hebrew, or none of that shit. I don't give a fuck if this nigga's a pseudo. If this nigga can help in this paradigm, keep him over there. Ismail told me, goddamn, states don't get along. Texas don't have to get along with New York. Texas don't gotta give a fuck about what Nevada say. But niggas have to learn how to stand as one, bro. This your last shot. And if any motherfucker step in the way and you voice something on this here, bro, know that if this bitch do get reconstructed, the blood is on your goddamn hands. Oh, nigga, you gonna take that with you, nigga, and I'ma make sure. Nigga, take that case. Whatever decision made, bro, we gotta make the right ones. We need to find the niggas who are down. It's just as simple as that. Are you down or not? But if niggas are on record disrespecting the set, especially making threats that they gonna do this or they gonna make sure this and all of this, cause we had some people come out, we gonna make sure you niggas ain't getting reparations, get your own case and all of that type of shit. You gotta, you know, even though they was, you know, I ain't gonna lie, some of that shit there, they did tell the truth on. You know, nigga told them, niggas, you got your own, damn, I forgot what it was. My mind somewhere else right now. But in a way, they was right, bro. Basically, you got your own fight. Nigga say, I'm fighting to come off a slave ship, bro. If you ain't off a slave ship, bro, you need to go get your own paper and write your own shit down. And I agree, the Indian did need something to focus their motherfucking attention on. Maybe we wouldn't have been in them whole business. But now we got some shit to focus on, bro. Now you got your own business. Here go the Indian business. Well, you can't say that because then the Aboriginals turned out, then the Moors turned out. Fuck these titles. Let's get up out these goddamn titles, bro. Nigga, bang your nation. Chunk that shit up. Because I'm tired of these whole ass titles and doctrines. I don't give a fuck about a doctrine or the title coming between, bro. If niggas can be together, bro, without these motherfucking titles, bro, then that needs to be the name of the game, bro. Or even if you can fly come up under, bang your shit, nigga. Everybody ain't got to talk to everybody. Joe Biden ain't sitting in all the motherfucking meetings. That's what you got ambassadors for. Okay, you don't get along with such, and them. Okay, send the motherfucker who do. Goddamn, bro, we grown in the motherfucker. If A, B, C, and D don't get along with so and so, bro, well send somebody who do. That's what you got ambassadors for, bro. Like niggas, bro, if you don't find no way to make it work, bro, you finna take this lashing, nigga, like your ancestors, like they say your ancestors did.
In the past half century, there have been disputes within some of the 5 tribes regarding the legal status of freedmen descendants. The Cherokee Nation resolved the dispute over the status of Cherokee freedmen utilizing its own judicial and political processes. In May of last year, Secretary Holland approved the Cherokee Nation Constitution that explicitly secures the citizenship and political rights of Cherokee freedmen. In a statement accompanying her approval, Secretary Holland stated that the new Constitution, quote, fulfilled the nation's obligations to the Cherokee freedmen and encouraged other tribes to take similar steps to meet their moral and legal obligations to the freedmen. In February, I participated in consultation sessions with leaders of the 5 tribes to consider the potential for some direct services to the freedmen from the BIA and the BIE. In particular, we asked the tribe's views on whether the Bureau of Indian Education should admit certain freedmen descendants as students at Haskell Indian Nations University and at Southwestern Indian Polytechnic Institute. We continue to review feedback and comments received from that consultation and have not made any decisions on a path forward. Determining eligibility for those services is a challenge for the department when considering the freedmen descendants. The department generally defers to tribes to determine who is and who is not a tribal citizen. As tribes have inherent authority to determine who qualifies as a tribal citizen. And as sovereign parties to treaties, tribes have an important role to play in interpreting those treaties with the United States. However, as Secretary Holland stated last year, the department continues to encourage tribes to take steps to meet their moral and legal obligations to freedmen descendants. The department's grateful to have the 5 tribes together here today along with Ms. Van, and we look forward to continuing our work with the 5 tribes and with the committee as we consider the legal rights and the status of freedmen descendants. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Newland. Chief Hoskin, please proceed with your testimony.
OCO, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Wado for inviting me to speak today. Supreme Court Justice Hugo Black once wrote that great nations like great men should keep their promise. Cherokee Nation is keeping our promise to the Cherokee freedmen and their descendants under our Treaty of 1866. That treaty, Mr. Chairman, is a living, powerful, and foundational document that ties together every one of our agreements with the United States. When we speak of our most important treaty rights, our reservation in Northeast Oklahoma, our right to a delegate in the House of Representatives, for example, we point to the language in the Treaty of 1866, which reaffirms all of our prior treaties, not inconsistent with that treaty. Cherokees must defend and we must preserve the Treaty of 1866. Article 9 of that treaty states that, quote, all freedmen and their descendants shall have all the rights of native Cherokees. Not some of the rights, all of the rights. Treaty obligations ought to mean something. Mr. Chairman, you can't pick and choose which parts of a treaty to uphold. We criticize the United States when it fails to live up to its treaty obligations, yet we in Cherokee Nation have a responsibility to live up to ours. For Cherokee Nation, the issue of freedmen citizenship was settled 156 years ago. It was settled in a treaty agreed to by the Cherokee people, ratified by this Senate, and signed by the President of the United States. Our ancestors agreed in 1866 to forever cede the right to exclude freedmen and their descendants. This means that Cherokee Nation's past actions to exclude freedmen descendants from Cherokee Nation were void ab initio, void from the beginning. The enslavement of other human beings and the subsequent denial to them and their descendants of their basic rights is a stain on the Cherokee Nation, and it's a stain that must be lifted. Mr. Chairman, I offer an apology on behalf of the Cherokee Nation for these actions. Just as important, I offer a commitment to reconciliation. I'm proud of the many actions that we've taken over the last 5 years towards reconciliation. In 2017, a federal district judge decided the Nash case. That case confirmed that the 1866 treaty remains alive and well and guarantees that descendants of Cherokee freedmen shall have, quote, all the rights of native Cherokees. To bring that matter to a close, Cherokee Nation did not appeal. The day after that historic decision, our own Supreme Court affirmed full citizenship for freedmen. We immediately began processing applications for citizenship from freedmen descendants. To this day, Mr. Chairman, more than 11,800 applicants have become citizens. In 2021, our Supreme Court
That nigga look like an Italian or something. Somebody help me out on that. Hey, y'all, make sure y'all sharing this video so we can get this out. Very, very important that we get this out. This the real shit. Hey, don't he look Italian? Chuck. My main man, Chucky Jr. I don't know, got it look nigga like Italian or my boss or something, man. What's going on here? Lucky Luciano. Danny boy, that nigga look like Lucky Luciano, whatever the hell that nigga name was.
Unanimously ruled that the by blood language in our Constitution also violated our obligations.
Shout out to my motherfucking cousin Junior, goddamn, representing Shock Talk. Hey, that nigga, now Maya Lansky, well, Lucky Luciano with a little Maya Lansky in there, huh?
In the Treaty of 1866, our High Court determined that those words were invalid from inception and must be removed. As noted, Secretary Holland reviewed our
That nigga said that nigga look like Fredo Corleone around his own.
Constitution later that year, and she wrote the Cherokee Nation had, quote, fulfilled their obligations to the Cherokee freedmen. The Nash decision and our swift actions to implement it was a beginning. It was not an end. We understand that we must embrace the spirit of equality each day. For more than a century prior to the Nash case, freedmen had been disconnected from the Cherokee Nation.
Yeah,
Many in the freedmen community did not have the same experiences, the same access to services.
I want y'all to listen because now they talking about y'all people. They talking about our people now. For years they wasn't included in the community. They didn't feel like they belong. Let's walk.
The same opportunities as non-freedmen citizens. It's essential that we work to bridge that gap. So in 2020, I issued an executive order on equality, reiterating our commitment to that ideal. We also need to make sure that we are mindful of the freedmen experience. So in 2021, I announced the Cherokee Freedmen Art and History Project, which seeks to ensure that freedmen voices are represented within the Cherokee story. I'm proud to appear with my friend Marilyn Vann, who I appointed last year to our Environmental Protection Commission, the first Cherokee citizen of freedmen descent to hold a Cherokee Nation appointed government post. Mr. Chairman, I'm here today because it's a moral imperative that I be here. I'm here to proclaim that having finally kept our promise to Cherokee freedmen, Cherokee Nation is a better nation. It is a stronger nation. Mr. Chairman, I'm here representing a great nation. Wado.
Thank you very much, sir.
Ain't that how y'all be saying it? Wado. You nigga better not ever tell me Wado no more. I be seeing that because they be having Wado. Said, one of y'all said, let me hear how y'all say it. I heard how he said.
Chief Hoskin. Chief Johnson, please proceed with your testimony.
Hey, Dead Game Boxing say, who are the original Cherokee? I'm gonna tell you, you want me to tell you some real shit? While we watching this right here, bro, fuck it, we'll save all that for the last.
Chairman,
we already not caught up.
Committee, Seminole Nation thanks you for this time to be able to speak. It has been requested of us to expand.
Hey, have y'all ever seen the Seminole at? Where my Seminoles at in the building? Right here, you're looking at Louis Johnson, chief of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. Let's walk.
On selected provisions of the 1866 treaty, the communication to the Seminole Nation stated that in emails. A treaty was written to favor the necessities and the desires of the United States, although it was stated to be mutual necessities. I will now expand from the preamble in certain articles of the 1866 treaty for the Seminoles. Selected provisions from the preamble. Whereas existing treaties between the United States and the Seminole Nation are insufficient to meet their mutual necessities, and in view of the urgent necessities for more lands in the Indian Territory, requires a cession by said Seminole Nation a part of their present reservation, and is willing to pay therefore a reasonable price, while at the same time providing new and adequate land for them. The first phrase of the preamble is the opening words of the 1866 treaty. The existing treaty reference is the 1856 treaty, which was in fact sufficient for the Seminole, for it consisted of millions of acres of land and provided in the language of that specific treaty that the desires of the United States were the determining factor for the Seminole being the only tribal nation of the Reconstruction Treaty era forced to cede every inch of their land. 2,169,080 acres was ceded at 15 cents an acre. The Seminole understood the 2,169,080 acres ceded was to be assigned to other Indians and freedmen to live thereon. This promise was neither fulfilled nor honored. This language is present in Article 3 of the 1866 treaty, and is the first time in the treaty where the term freedmen is mentioned. As stated in the preamble, a need for ceded land was for only a part, not the whole of the Seminole original initial reservation. It is a reasonable price was never paid for the ceded land during this era, 15 cents an acre, nor was adequate sufficient land provided as understood by the Seminole. The first sentence of Article 3 reflected the intent of the United States as the Seminole understood it to mean. The 1866 treaty ultimately was not honored in totality by the United States because the intent of Article 3 was not adhered to. There are documents from all three branches of the United States government addressing this specific section of land. That fulfills my time at this time. I'm splitting my time with Assistant Chief Palmer.
Assistant Chief Palmer, please proceed.
Thank you. Mujinita, Haraniram, Nadethuzlan Pum Bahoyan, Moman Pum, Ojoagi Dadi, Ojobagi Sabaklet, Mongis. During opening remarks in the HOSDA reauthorization 1 year ago on this date, the following was stated. The United States signed more than 370 treaties, passed laws, and instituted policies that have come to define the special government-to-government relationship between the federal and tribal governments, and obligates the federal government to promote the general well-being of Native American tribes, yet the United States has failed to provide that assistance. Any treaty must be viewed through the author's eyes and those who reluctantly agreed to it. Weighted consideration must be given to the government's chosen language, intent, and the atmosphere in which it was constructed 156 years ago. This is how the U.S. Constitution is viewed. This is how the treaties are viewed. Article 2 of the Seminole Nation Treaty of 1866 reads, in part, many persons of African descent and blood who have no interest or property in the soil and no recognized civil rights shall be permitted to settle, have and enjoy the rights of all native citizens, equally binding laws, and may be adopted as citizens or members. The Dawes Commission.
Stop it. Stop it. Okay, he the Assistant Chief speaking right now, the Honorable Brian Thomas Palmer, Assistant Chief, Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. Redhead. Bullshit you not. What Kyle at? Kyle in here. Kyle, it's them redheads you was talking about. Somebody say Canelo Alvarez.
Certainly categorize freedmen and Seminoles separately and introduce blood quantum. Phrases and terms utilized within the treaty are not the words of the Seminole. They're the words and desires of the federal government. This short testimony to discuss select provisions is a disservice to the Seminole and warrants a deeper conversation. Grossly negligent oversights of the treaty agreements still occur beyond the McGirt case. The government must account for and consider the impact any decision may have on a financially fragile tribal system that has yet to overcome historical poverty caused by previous lack of protection defined by the treaties in times of war and hostility, loss of valuable oil and land, and continual suffering from the historical trauma caused by the Indian Removal Act. As an elected official under the oath of office of the Seminole Nation, I must uphold the treaty, the tribal and U.S. Constitution, the tribal codes as they are written and as they govern the Seminole. Mado.
Thank you very much. Mr. Burridge, please proceed with your testimony. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Burridge.
Burridge.
Yes, Senator. Thank you and good afternoon, Chairman Schatz, Vice Chairman Mikowski, Senator Langford, and Senator Smith, and all other distinguished members of the committee. My name is Michael Burridge. I am General Counsel for and a member of the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. I'm here at the request of and on behalf of the Chief of the Choctaw Nation, the Honorable Gary Batten, who the committee invited to testify on a matter of grave importance to the integrity of the Choctaw Nation. I began representing the Choctaw Nation in 1974 upon graduation from the University of Oklahoma College of Law. At that time, I moved to Antlers and began my law practice. I have represented the Choctaw Nation ever since that time in 1974, except for an approximate 7-year period when I was appointed by President Clinton to be a United States District Judge, being Chief Judge for 5 of those years and also serving on the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals by designation. I was told that I am the first Native American to be appointed to the federal bench. I want to make one thing very clear, and please listen. The Freedmen issue, as it relates to the Choctaw Nation, has nothing to do with race. I repeat, has nothing to do with race. Tribal membership is based on blood, not race. Today, the Choctaw Nation tribal members includes African Americans, as well as those from other races. All members of our tribe share one characteristic in common. They are Choctaw by blood, and they are all lineal descendants of Choctaw Indians. The Constitution of the Choctaw Nation was established by a United States District Court order dated May 9th, 1983, in an action entitled Morris versus Watt. With federal approval by the government on June 9th, 1983, I repeat, with federal approval by the federal government on June 9th, 1983, ratified by a vote of the tribal members, certified by the Choctaw Election Commission on July 25th, 1983, this Constitution, approved by the federal government, limits membership to Choctaws by blood and their lineal descendants. Chief Batten and I, as General Counsel, take an oath to uphold and defend this Constitution. Our Constitution has existed and worked well for almost 4 decades. But now another part of the federal government that approved that Constitution wants to unilaterally walk it back without the consent of the Indians affected and without consent of the tribe. Does that sound familiar to you? When it comes to the federal government's treatment of Indians and Indian tribes? In the Choctaw Nation's recent litigation against the federal government over the unallotted lands, United States District Judge Lee R. West, who I served with and was appearing as counsel for the nation at that time, said the federal government has made many agreements with the tribes and did not keep them. He said that was not going to happen in his courtroom, and it did not. It is the federal government, by placing tribal membership in a political arena, that initiated this Freedmen issue, not the Choctaw Nation. If there's a problem, the federal government needs to find another solution that does not infringe upon the rights of the Choctaw people or the integrity of our self-governance. In 1978, in Santa Clara Pueblo versus Martinez, the Supreme Court held a tribe, because of its sovereignty and principles of self-determination, has the exclusive authority to determine its membership. Following this, the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals in Ordinance 59 Association versus U.S. Department of Interior Secretary held, I quote, tribes, not the federal government, retain authority to determine tribal membership. This holding should be honored by all branches of the federal government. The lawful interpretation of treaties, case law, and history that relates to Indians is complicated. There are special rules of construction when it comes to treaties with the tribes. We are here today having been drawn into a political process where decisions can have far-reaching legal consequences. I respectfully ask this committee, is a congressional hearing where time is limited and personal and political concerns are on the table the proper place to adjudicate such important matters as tribal membership? Then you add on top of that, legislative threats are made. If the tribe does not make the decision wanted by some politician, critical housing funds for tribal members that need the housing may be withheld. How can this be squared with the United States government's trust duties and obligations to the tribes? How is this anything than undermining the tribal self-determination and tribal autonomy? After surviving the cruelty of the Trail of Tears, the Dawes Act, the near termination of our tribal functions, and nearly 2 centuries of taking at the hand of the United States government, the Choctaw Nation and these other tribes deserve better. This all goes to the core of the constitutional identity of a sovereign tribe that is threatened. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and when appropriate, I'll be glad to answer any questions about what I have said or other questions, especially about the Morris case. I was there.
Hey, Mike say, y'all heard him, Choctaw Mike. Choctaw Mike say, and I'm here to take all fades. If there's anybody out there want to take a fade with Choctaw Mike. Because I was there. Yeah. He said he was there. Taking all fades. I'm going to put the mic down, but my shoes are tied.
I represented the tribe, although at that point in the game, I was carrying briefcases more than...
Y'all hear how they talk? They sound like they on the Legendary Top Cat podcast, huh? What he say? That part of the game. These niggas out there looking at the board. Yeah, man, y'all, what y'all... And see, in the Pan-Africans and all these other ideologies, you even have some people coming out of the black ideology. You know, they always sit up there looking at, because they don't even know what a Native American really look like besides a picture. They don't know the reality. They don't know the white boy on side of them is the Native American. They have no clue. I really appreciate this video today. I appreciate Choctaw Mike just being himself. You know, a white boy. And he's looking at the board. What he say, you know, at that part of the game, you know, back then, you know, back in the game, you know, I was fucking these hoes, not all this coke man to carry briefcases. Nah, he ain't say that, but I'm just bullshitting. But what I do want to appreciate him for is showing motherfuckers that these are real people. Bro, these real people. This what they look like now. Nah, they don't look like your Choctaw Granny, but this is the reality of what's going on here. And they're here to argue. They want another shot at the 1866 treaty. Right? Because they need that land back. All them land patents and all that shit these niggas was out here talking about. They need a do-over. You know? Since niggas ain't there to speak for themselves. 1866 treaty is for the freedmen. Quote unquote the black niggas. So, why ain't no black niggas there? Where the niggas at? Why we sitting in this room talking about niggas and ain't no niggas in this house? But Choctaw Mike stand up and say, I was there. Well, where the other niggas at that was there too? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What the niggas at? How we in here? The whole conversation is about a nigga. You hear every time they read and write, that's why everybody went through. You heard the Cherokee. They just got through, who was that? Chucky. Chucky just got through talking about Nash, Cherokee versus Nash, and niggas was getting done bad, and now they cool. They in there, they, you know. That's why they talking about niggas, but ain't no niggas in this house. Let's walk.
Lawyering, but I know what was discussed at those hearings. And
I heard about it. This ain't no he say, she said, I was there. This, come on, bro, where the people at? Where the people at? I'll tell you where they at. Some of them out here lost in the South, fell under some type of doctrine. Some of them Aboriginal. Some of them claiming it's Indian shit. Which since that shit there, that Indian and that Aboriginal shit, that shit that want to get it fucked off. Since that shit there got niggas fucked off, we might well kill it, cause we really ain't there one of them motherfuckers. Them motherfuckers some terms. These niggas ain't out here notice they ain't look, this the big boy shit. Nigga, this the Senate committee hearing. Have you heard anybody say any motherfucking thing about an Indian or Aboriginal? He's from the Choctaw Nation, not the Indian Nation, not the Choctaw Indian, he from the Choctaw Nation, nigga. You know what it is off of that. And I'ma fall under my Indian, nigga, which gonna give me my relationship with the U.S. That's what he doing. But we sit here banging it out, nigga, like this the end all be all. Nah, that's a step on your journey the way you going, nigga. And right now, they about to cut your water off. If niggas don't figure this shit out. It's fourth down. It's fourth quarter, nigga. Fourth down, and your ass on the 1 yard line, nigga, on the opposite side of the field. Fuck you gonna do?
This was one of them.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Chowdhury, please proceed with your testimony.
You need a goddamn Hail Mary. You need a bomb. Brady the Mouse type of shit. Gotta figure this shit out, bro.
Mado, I've got a long history with these buttons. Do I have...
What though? Y'all nigga, I'm telling you, bro. Don't come. I don't want nigga. Don't tell me why though no more. Why though? No more. Nah, fuck this shit. I don't want to do it. See, I'm a nigga Indian, bro. I'm keep gangster. I'm the nigga kind. Yeah. Fuck that, nigga. Me, my game, bro. I don't know, bro. Fuck all that shit. A lot of shit, I don't give a fuck about a lot of that shit. I ain't got no motherfucking bow and arrow. Nah, man, I ain't got no motherfucking bow and arrow over here, nigga. I got motherfucking chopsticks. Yeah, nah, nigga, I'm a different kind, bro. Listen, man. We got these whole ass doctrines, keeping us from putting up a real motherfucking fight, bro. Listen, man, I'm through with the spiritual shit. All of that type of shit right there. I ain't know none of that type of whole ass shit then. What I'm gonna say is, this is real life right here, y'all. This live what we watching, bro. This 1866 treaty, bro. How you think the Cherokee, the Nash Cherokee got in there? What were they saying, bro? You know what? Them people the Cherokee Nation got a lot of money from the government, bro. They got a lot of money from the U.S. government. We just went through it yesterday, how much these 150 programs that they got here and all this billions of dollars going into these plays, bro. And what they're doing is they're Xing these niggas out. Niggas already ain't getting shit. Especially you in freedman status, you ain't get a motherfucking thing, nigga. And so, right now, they just finna do away with it, bro. Finna go on X niggas out. Cherokee mad in the bitch. God damn, why didn't we think of that? Nigga should have just held out, nigga. God damn. Because right now, nigga, let me tell you something. If they're able to do this, bro, because Oklahoma, Indian territory, that's nigga territory. If you know the history of it, even when they flooded that bitch and built these towns and shit, even when the Southeast Indians did come over, you still had different tribes in there, man. Osage and all of these different tribes in that area. Melanated people, niggas too. They fought like a motherfucker, but then, you know, a lot of them became family. And when in that treaty, you have to understand they won Oklahoma for them. They won that motherfucker, bro. Especially if you know the history of the Confederate and the wars that took place there, man. You know, they went off into Kansas and all of that area, bro. A lot of our people got history in there, bro. This shit here gonna affect a lot of motherfuckers. Nigga ain't just write a piece of paper and say, hey, I'm gonna give you something because you ain't got nothing. Nah, they won Oklahoma. Civil War, what we talking about? So after the Civil War, because these niggas fighting on the United States colored troops. So since they fought for the Union, the U.S., all right, when they sit down at the treaty, because the Confederate Corps, remember they fell, they pulled out. Now they're coming back in to the U.S. So you're not gonna get that same, you know, especially I just shot it out with you. But shit, they was even able to come back to the table and work together. So what I'm saying, niggas had a whole civil war and they found some type of way to goddamn, you know, keep you niggas at the bottom together. But that's why, you know, they really was like rewarded like that. And so Oklahoma is really niggas' territory under this treaty. Niggas really got their own world out there. Niggas be talking about, oh, just give us a piece of land and let us just be. Well, you really got action in it. We create a motherfucking atmosphere where you can get the minds to sit down. And, you know, maybe you put your most brilliant minds together and maybe y'all can figure something out. Or maybe it's true, niggas just can't come together.
Right, sir?
You got it right.
You're doing great.
Thank you. XG, Janda Vosula Chaudhry Jajifkados, Azagmasi, Ibufunga, Amalga, Butmitus. Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of this esteemed committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Janda Vosula Chaudhry, and I'm proud to serve as ambassador of the Muskogee Creek Nation. As I sit here before you today, the sovereignty of all tribal nations is under attack. 2 years ago, the Supreme Court upheld our nation's sovereignty in McGirt versus Oklahoma. Just this past month, however, the court chose to abdicate it in order to placate Oklahoma politicians. Congress has a duty to protect the sovereignty of all tribal nations. That duty is all the more pressing when one branch of the federal government seeks to eliminate it.
Listen, bro, you hear how these niggas talking? Now, listen to me, family. Do y'all hear the words coming out of his mouth? Congress, nigga, you got a motherfucking obligation, nigga, to uphold this shit, nigga. This the place that you niggas belong in. You got under this treaty, nigga. He can only talk like that. This the only treaty. Check. This sovereignty shit he talking about, this is, nigga, this way he got it. Right now, they're fighting for you to be able to step up, nigga, and keep. Right now, you have it. You just ain't using it. That's who you. Now watch this here. Now, Creek don't let niggas in as citizens, right? Creek ain't letting you in, they say. This another reason they got a big part why we here today. They want to get that bitch gone. They split it up. You got 140 acres apiece. Everything that these niggas got, they gave it to you, especially when you're dealing with the Creek. Them niggas ain't got they can't big Indian nobody around this hoe. And they got their ass whooped. I'm gonna say that, and they got their motherfucking ass whooped. And we whooped it. And then they had to come to the table and they gave them half. They said, fuck, ooh, that's some hoe ass shit. So just by you knowing why they gave them half, that meant they really was supposed to get them niggas lesser. That really meant you really had more motherfucking control over it than anything, because everybody didn't get half. Everybody ain't get half, homie. Them Creeks had too, and just by them giving them half, that you know you had more rights to the shit than they did. You really had the lion's share of that shit. And they say, you know what, y'all just break even and say fuck it. But yeah, man, they trying to, right, that's why I say they get this one out the way. Now, let's walk.
The Freedmen issues trace their roots to injustices against both Native Americans and African Americans. It goes without saying that slavery is and always has been wrong. And just as the United States fought a civil war over slavery, the Creek Nation fought its own civil war. On one side were the traditionalist Upper Creeks, who opposed the imposition of colonial American life into our nation, including the legalization of slavery. I'm a descendant of Fish Pond and other Upper Creek towns. My mom used to explain family oral history, stating that when our family and other Creeks would raid slave owners, we would give freed slaves 3 options. 1, receive our assistance for passage to the north. 2, live among us and with us. Or 3, join an autonomous Black community within the larger Muskogee world. However, these practices conflicted directly with the goals and desires of the most prominent Lower Creeks, who sought to fully assimilate every aspect of white American culture into the fabric of our nation, including slavery, cotton, and Christianity. Instead of allowing the conflict at Creek Nation to play out through our own internal democratic processes, the United States intervened and dispatched General Andrew Jackson to exterminate the Upper Creeks. The United States' goal was nothing less than complete annihilation. In 8 months of massacres, the United States burned nearly every Upper Creek home and murdered thousands of men, women, and children. My ancestors from Fish Pond sought refuge at Horseshoe Bend on the Tallapoosa River in Alabama, and they were slaughtered by Jackson and the slave-owning Cherokee leaders John Ross and Major Ridge, who volunteered to fight with them. At Towahaschi, Jackson locked 50 men, women, and children in a cabin and burned them alive. Horseshoe Bend and the scores of massacres that preceded it silenced the strong anti-slavery faction within the Creek Nation. Jackson's extermination policies against the Upper Creeks created Alabama and resulted in the Indian Removal Act and ultimately the Trail of Tears. Even so, thousands of Creeks fought on the side of the Union in the American Civil War. Once again, we were targeted. Our homes burned and hundreds died. In exchange for our loyalty, the United States promised that once the war ended, our nation would not lose any land and all of the loyal Creeks would be financially assisted. Both promises turned out to be lies. The Treaty of 1866 has often been characterized as a Reconstruction treaty. For us, it was not. It was a land grab that stripped us of half of our reservation by force. And my great-great-grandpa, Upney Hill, who fought for the Union, said the final payment from the United States wasn't enough to buy a hat. It is important to note that we are not Cherokee Nation. We are not Chickasaw Nation. We are the Muskogee Creek Nation. Our treaty with the United States contains different language than the treaties of other tribal nations. Our current Constitution was reviewed and approved by the Department of the Interior. However, the interpretation of this treaty is currently the subject of ongoing litigation. Any true solution must go beyond the shallow political rhetoric and the yes-no binaries that such rhetoric supports. To that end, we've begun a process at Muskogee Creek Nation of developing historical, cultural, and legal research that will help our citizens engage in a thoughtful, informed exploration of this issue as they exercise their sovereign right to determine the future of the Muskogee Creek Nation. The Muskogee Creek Nation is proud of our diverse citizenship. We have citizens who have mixed ancestry, who are also white, African American, Mexican American, and many other heritages. I myself am.
Hey, family, let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up so we can get some more people in here. Let's get the likes up so we can get it in the algorithm. And get some more people in here. This is a very, very important. You know what I'm saying? We need people to hear this shit. You feel me? Right now we listen to Jonah Dove. We gonna call him John, okay? Jono. And he out the Muskogee Creek Nation. He's an ambassador.
Creek.
See, niggas send ambassadors out here, bro. His homeboy probably ain't get along with one of them niggas up there. Niggas still got bad blood. Now I'm fucking with you, but now I'm some real shit. We gotta figure this out, bro. We gotta change our mindset. You know, and you know, man, this shit finna get real crazy. I'm telling you.
And Asian. But whatever else we may be, we're all Creek Indians by blood. And as a nation that has endured policies intended to exterminate us because we are Creek Indians by blood, citizenship and issues involving non-Creek persons engender deep conflicting emotions. Quite frankly, our citizens stand on both sides of these issues. We're working towards healing. We're not only the descendants of select families that owned slaves, but also those who opposed slavery and incurred the targeted and murderous wrath of the United States military. But the solution to this is not another colonial intervention by the United States. Mado.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Greetham, please proceed with your testimony.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Chairman Schatz, Vice Chairwoman Murkowski, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Stephen Greetham. I serve as senior counsel to the Chickasaw Nation. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The committee called this hearing to inquire as to freed person descendants' tribal citizenship rights under various 1866 treaties. For Chickasaw, this inquiry is controlled by Article 3 of our 1866 treaty, a treaty to which the Choctaw Nation is also a party. The United States Supreme Court adjudicated the committee's question more than a century ago. Consistent with that adjudication, we have not violated, nor are we violating our treaty. But before I go further, let me state plainly, human chattel slavery is a stain on history. It is a stain on the continent's history, on the United States' history, and on Chickasaw history. Likewise, Jim Crow is a stain on the United States and Oklahoma's history. There's no room for ambiguity on those points, and nothing I say today should be interpreted as suggesting any ambiguity. Relevant to the committee's inquiry, the Chickasaw Nation's 1866 treaty provides for a land cession to the United States, but conditions federal compensation on the nation's choosing to extend citizenship to freed persons. That choice was neither made nor supplanted by the treaty, which only spoke to the consequence of whichever choice the Chickasaw made. The Chickasaw people deliberated and chose not to extend citizenship. In doing so, the Chickasaw expressly relinquished any claim to compensation for the lands the United States took. This choice was not a violation of the treaty, but its implementation. And of course, as the Supreme Court.
Okay, damn, that's the okay, there go their sister right there. Okay, she Chickasaw. I remember her. So this is Stephen. Stephen is senior counsel of the Chickasaw Nation, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Recently quipped, history did not stop in 1866. In the wake of restored treaty relations, the U.S. again broke faith. Giving into non-native political pressure, Congress turned to undermining tribal self-government and opening indigenous lands to non-native settlement so Oklahoma could be formed as a brand new state. It should be remembered that throughout this period, Chickasaws themselves were not U.S. citizens, though they and their rights remained subject to Congress's claim to plenary authority over Indian affairs. In the chaos resulting from this pressure campaign, disputes over freed person rights arose. And in 1902, Congress directed us to court. And by us, I mean the United States and the Chickasaw Nation and the Freedmen and the Choctaw Nation. Here's Congress's language. Authority is hereby conferred on the Court of Claims to determine the existing controversy respecting the relations of the Chickasaw freedmen to the Chickasaw Nation and the rights of such freedmen in the lands of the Choctaw and Chickasaw nations under the third article of the Treaty of 1866 between the United States and the Choctaw and Chickasaw nations, and under any and all laws subsequently enacted by the Chickasaw legislature or by Congress. In considering the case, the court concluded, 1, Congress had not independently vested freed persons with citizenship, and 2, the treaty did not impose an obligation for the tribe to do so. Instead, the treaty provided for potential citizenship. As the Court of Claims put it, quote, a means whereby freedmen might, by consent of the tribe and the voluntary action of former slaves, become members, close quote. Based on treaty text and the parties' actions, the court ruled freed persons, quote, relation to the Chickasaw Nation is, as the treaty expresses, the same as citizens of the United States in the nation. This remains a true statement of law and fact today. And again, the statement represents treaty implementation, not violation. Treaties matter. They're the supreme law of the land. The federal legal system both produced the Chickasaw Nation's 1866 treaty and adjudicated its meaning more than a century ago. We are both, the Chickasaw Nation and the United States, bound by the court's disposition of the matter. Mindful of questions the law does not answer, though, Chickasaw stands by this process and result. All peoples work to reconcile their often complicated histories over time. The U.S. and Chickasaw signed the 1866 treaty during a difficult period in our shared history, a period in which the United States began its own process of reconciling its dehumanizing reliance on human chattel slavery. We're more than 150 years on now, and that process continues, as it should. But the law matters. Chickasaw, like other histories, involves growth and setback, trial and progress. In its most recent generations, the nation has made tremendous progress in rebuilding its governing institutions. Today, it employs thousands, both Chickasaw citizens and, like me, non-citizens. It invests in communities throughout its reservation, Oklahoma, and the region. It is dynamic and its work is ongoing. It remains committed to this rebuilding effort, and it engages in it consistent with the law and its people's right to sovereign self-determination. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and thank you for the opportunity to start a conversation.
Thank you very much. Ms. Van, please proceed with your testimony.
Greetings, Chairman Schatz, Vice Chair Murkowski, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be a hearing witness. I am Marilyn Van, President of the Descendants of Freedmen of the Five Tribes Association. I am a Cherokee citizen and a Freedmen descendant. We support enforcement of 1866 treaty rights of Freedmen descendants. The tribes allied with the Confederate States to protect Black chattel slavery. The 1866 treaties granted the Creek, Cherokee, and Seminole free and enslaved peoples and their descendants tribal citizenship rights. Choctaw freedmen were eventually adopted in 1885. Chickasaw freedmen were not members of the tribe at the time of the Dawes enrollment as per the federal courts.
Hey family, we need 130 likes in here. Come on, man, share the video so we can get more people to check this out, bro. This is real life. This is live right now.
Many descendants today need services the same as their by-blood relatives. Poverty began of the freedmen during slavery. Later, freedmen suffered from race massacres, segregation, and redlining. Freedmen descendants disenrollment began in 1979. The freedmen, members of the tribes that were disenrolled, were not allowed to vote on the disenrollments or only in nominal numbers. Currently, only Cherokee Nation works to fulfill its treaty obligations to freedmen. As a result of past and current systemic racism, descendants need help of the senators. Some that need help include Creek Freedman descendant, Mr. Lovett of Okmulgee, a senior citizen on disability. He needs rental assistance. Can the tribes change without congressional and federal intervention? History says no. Cherokee Nation
only came into compliance in 2017 after federal court decisions in Cherokee Nation v. Nash and Van and passage of Freedmen Protective Language in the 2008 Nahasta Reauthorization Act. Even today, some council persons and candidates for tribal office run anti-freedmen rights campaigns. The Seminole Nation has worked to exclude freedmen descendants from receiving almost all services, even after losing the Seminole Nation v. Norton case, federal case in 2002, and receiving directions from the DOI and HUD that the freedmen citizens qualify for services. Their leadership has branded the freedmen as citizens rather than members, which legally means the same, and reissued freedmen tribal IDs that state 0 blood quantum and voting benefits only. The Seminole tribal government has told other tribal nations and federal agencies the freedmen citizens do not qualify for services. In October 2021, Seminole freedmen began receiving medical services after the IHS sends orders to all chiefs and tribally operated health units that the freedmen citizens qualify for the health services. This came after my visits to the Rockville IHS headquarters with Seminole Councilwoman Sampson, who is here today, requesting urgent help. The freedmen elders dying from COVID-19, such as Mr. Thomas, whose wife was on the council, was covered by the national press when tribal and IHS COVID vaccines were denied to Seminole freedmen, tribal citizens, but given to other members of the tribe. The Muscogee Creek Nation stresses the validity of Article 3 of its 1866 treaty, which confirmed the reservation, Seamagurt v. Oklahoma, but is silent on Article 2 of the same treaty that granted the enslaved people and their descendants the right to share in the national funds and all the rights of Indians. Article 2. Creek freedmen descendants went to tribal court, but have been waiting for a judge to be assigned to the case since February 2021. The Creek Nation issued $4,500 checks from COVID-19 funds to each by-blood citizens. Not a nickel went to the Creek freedmen, a clear violation of that treaty. By the way, the Seminole Nation leadership denied the freedmen citizens its share of the COVID funds as well. This committee can assist the freedmen. Here are some suggestions. We ask Congress to write legislation that includes freedmen descendants in appropriations, new programs, or reauthorization of old programs or entitlements that benefit the nations. This must be done by congressional language. The DOI can register freedmen descendants, giving those that provide proof of descendancy of a Dawes enrollee a letter confirming the person is a treaty heir who qualifies for federal services. We request field hearings or local listening sessions to be held in Oklahoma by members and staff of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, so more voices can be heard. We ask for investigations and CRS reports on the Freedmen Treaty issues. These do not equate citizenship, but would be a start. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank all of our testifiers. Really extraordinary testimony. All of you deeply professional, deeply knowledgeable, obviously not in agreement. Some intense frustration expressed. I respect that. These issues, as I said before, are foundational to people's identity, to communities, to tribal identity. And so I just wanted to acknowledge the professionalism with which you all delivered your testimony. I'll start with Mr. Newland. I understand the department is currently gathering data related to freedmen eligibility for certain federal benefits. Can you just talk a little bit more about what's going on in that process and how it's coming along?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So as I mentioned in my testimony, we had conducted consultation, formal government-to-government consultation with the 5 tribes back in February. We received, in addition to sitting down and having a conversation on some of these same issues, we received comments. And the question was whether to admit non-tribal member freedmen descendants as students at Haskell and SIPI. One of the challenges with that is that the BIA is not currently set up in a way where we have the capacity to make determinations about who would and would not be eligible. We typically rely upon tribal governments for membership and citizenship questions. And so we haven't yet decided on definitively on a course of action coming out of that consultation, but those are some of the issues that we were considering.
So I'm sort of assuming you can't answer this question, but based on the data that you're gathering so far, do we have a ballpark number of how many freedmen descendants have equities across the 5 tribes?
I don't have that number, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. There's been talk, Ms. Van's testimony talked about a CRS report. There's been talk among staffers about a GAO report, and just cards on the table as I'm thinking about the path forward. That strikes me as an important first step, just to sort of set a baseline of how each of the 5 tribes are in a different situation, both in terms of their treaty obligations, but also their current view of the issue and where they may or may not be in pending litigation. But also some baseline data about how many people are we talking about, right? What percentage of the current roles would this constitute? What kind of resource requirements would that implicate? And so I'm wondering what your thoughts are about a GAO report to try to get a level set here about the history, the legal aspects, the mechanics of conducting a role. I know something about this from the Native Hawaiian community, the blood quantum questions, the lineal descendancy, they're not so easy to settle. And so even before you get to the potential for public policy in this space, you need to know what the facts are. And so I'm wondering what you think about that.
Mr. Chairman, we would be happy to work with the committee to and better understand kind of how that study would be set up. But you hit the nail on the head that simple descendancy does not, in and of itself, doesn't necessarily mean that somebody would be an eligible freedman descendant, because each tribe has slightly different citizenship requirements. And so the short answer to your question is we'd be happy to continue those conversations to look at how we would better define the universe here.
My final question before I turn it over to Vice Chair Murkowski, and I'll do a second round to try to ask some additional questions. Chief Hoskin, you testified that the nation has approved and processed just under 12,000 citizenship requests. Do you have an idea of, was it an initial rush and now you just have a few coming in the sort of regular order, or are there a lot of requests still pending for processing? How is this working?
There was an initial rush because of the obvious news of the court decision and how we embraced it. But the number has grown steadily. So when I testified before a House committee earlier this year, we were somewhere in the neighborhood of the 8,000 range. And so that gives you an idea. Now we're closing in on 12,000. Now we are the largest tribe by population in the United States, coming on to 440,000 citizens in that neighborhood. I think as we go out and engage in our outreach, Mr. Chairman, we are encouraging more people to sign up. And it's a rigorous process, and it should be, but we're doing outreach, and I think that's why you see our numbers continue to grow. I don't know what the ceiling is, and I don't know right now, although we can get the committee this information, what our pending applications are, but we process thousands of applications for citizenship every month for potential Cherokee citizens of all sorts of descent, including Cherokee by blood and freedmen.
Nah, y'all hear them Cherokee? Cherokee say, listen, I am in compliance. I am in total compliance. He wanted to say free me. He say, but we processing thousands of them hoes a month. For niggas too, and nigga looked in the sky. He say, you can see him look on top of them glasses. All races, all lives matter. Fucking right. When you say that chick hit the direct deposit again, wanted to ask you why I got you here. What date you say that check hit the deposit again? Shout out to the homie Best Media, goddamn, from the top of the key, goddamn, jumping in the super chat. Don't let them be the only one.
So I think that number is just going to continue to grow.
And just before I turn it over to Vice Chair Murkowski, just for the other,
They gonna tell you we racking up a lot of them niggas. Them niggas coming home. They waking up.
representatives of the tribes, whether over the table or in subsequent correspondence, I am going to try to get some fidelity on how many people we're talking about for each of your tribes and what percentage of your current membership that may comprise. I understand that is sometimes sensitive information, given that you are sovereigns, and so I want to be respectful of that. But I also think for decision-making purposes, we need to sort of understand not just the legal and moral and historical implications, but how many people are we talking about? And if it is a resource question, what it would cost to address. So just to let you know, those questions are coming, and I'm sensitive to the idea that maybe you don't want to give me incredible precision with a microphone on. Vice Chair Murkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to begin with a question to you, Assistant Secretary Nuland. When Secretary Holland approved the Cherokee Nation's new constitution guaranteeing full citizenship, she did state very clearly, tribal self-governance is the best path forward to resolving internal tribal conflicts. We encourage other tribes to take similar steps. But as we have heard very clearly today, the treaties that the 5 tribes are under are very different, and therefore the obligations to the free and their descendants are at question here, of course. So the question to you is, if the tribes treaty does not require it to extend membership to freedmen, what federal obligations does the federal government have to the freedmen and to their descendants? And I guess a follow-on to that would be if there are any administrative authorities that the Department of Interior possesses that could be utilized to address the concerns. You indicated that consultation has been underway and discussions about BIE and BIA, and the department has not determined yet how to move forward. But can you speak again to the federal obligation and also to potential administrative authorities?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I want to make sure I'm understanding your question correctly. Are you asking if a freedman descendant does not have a legal right to tribal citizenship, at that point, what would the United States obligation be?
What would the obligation be then to the freedmen and to their descendants?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. If there's no legal right to tribal citizenship, it's not clear then that the United States would have a trust duty to any individual as though they were Indian or as though they were a tribal citizen.
And so what about any administrative authorities within the department to address some of the concerns that we have heard articulated today?
Thank you, Vice Chair. You know, this has been a difficult question for us to answer. I know some folks here in the room have views that these questions are clear, the answers are clear on their face, but in terms of how we would administer direct services to freedmen descendants, again, it's very difficult for us to put that into practice through the BIA because we're simply not set up or not constituted right now to make determinations about who would be a lawful or legitimate freedman descendant entitled to those services and who would not be. And so I guess the answer to your question is it's just not clear today what administrative capabilities we would have.
Let me ask yet probably another hard question, and that is a recognition that As sovereign parties to treaties, tribes clearly have an important role in interpreting the meaning of the treaties, but the United States is also the other sovereign party to the 1866 treaties that are signed by the 5 tribes. So the question would be, what role does the United States have to interpret and enforce the terms of these treaties as the other signatory? Probably not easy again for you to respond to.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
I wanna hear
They're
this.
all hard questions, which is why I think we're here in this setting today. Both sovereigns that are party to a treaty have a responsibility to fulfill the terms of the treaty, and also have a right to help determine the treaty in its meaning. I think the Cherokee Nation's journey here is a great example of the mix of diplomacy between the United States and the Cherokee Nation, but also the Cherokee Nation exercising its inherent sovereign powers through its own political processes and its own judicial process to resolve these questions without conflict or having an outcome imposed upon them from outside the nation. And so I think the United States has that ability as well as a sovereign party to the treaty. But, that can be, I think, the best way to resolve those is within the tribe and through the nation-to-nation relationship.
Assistant Secretary, hopefully this is very quick and very easy, but the Seminole Nation claims in their testimony that there's still some federal services that require the CDIB cards, the certificate degrees of Indian blood cards. These are including services that are provided by both BIA and Indian Health Services. Can you just share with me whether or not a CDIB card is a federal requirement for eligibility to access BIA programs and services?
Madam Vice Chair, typically we refer to a person's status as a tribal citizen or tribal member for the delivery of those services. And in most cases, and I believe with respect to all 5 of the tribes represented today, they perform the CDIB functions under contract with the BIA under their tribal government authority.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm well over my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to you, Chairman Schatz, and to Vice Chair Murkowski for this important hearing to discuss these respective treaties of 1866. I want to thank each of our esteemed witnesses for taking time to be with us today, and for all of our constituents who are here as well to participate in person, and for everyone that is participating virtually as well with this important conversation. My first question is for Chief Hoskin. How has recognizing Cherokee freedmen as Cherokee citizens affected the Cherokee Nation?
Well, I think it's affected us in a positive way. I mean, Mr. Chairman, or Senator, there's something about living up to what we see at Cherokee Nation insofar as our 1866 treaty is an obligation. We think treaties are solemn promises. So that in and of itself, I think, does something for the Cherokee people. I also think that exploring a part of our history that we have frankly suppressed collectively, individually, and are now doing the opposite, embracing it, is good. Frankly, it's good for the United States to take some scrutiny of its own history. I can say that as a chief of the Cherokee Nation because the United States has suppressed Cherokee history collectively, individually. We have to look in the mirror and we have to recognize that we've done the same. Embracing freedmen history, going into communities where many freedmen descendants live, for me as chief, I think it's made me a better chief. It is exposed me to some of the needs in that community that we need to work to meet. And so I just think it's been completely positive. I am not going to suggest that there hasn't been some difficulties in terms of our internal, debates and discussions about whether this is what the treaty meant. I mean, Cherokees are certainly noted for disagreeing from time to time. We have a great and vibrant democracy in the Cherokee Nation, and people have raised their voices. I think that's also been healthy. But ultimately, we respect the rule of law. We respect our ancestors, and our ancestors agreed 156 years ago that freedmen and their descendants should be considered people that have all the rights of Native Cherokees. Being able to say that is important. Lastly, Senator, when I come into this chamber or in any forum in which I am pressing the government of the United States to live up to its obligation, I do so as a chief of a nation that's living up to the obligations in that same document. It would be difficult for me, Senator, to come to this committee and press for treaty rights if I could not say to myself, we are living up to all of our obligations. That makes Cherokee Nation, insofar as our treaty is concerned, I think a nation in a stronger position than we would be had we not done that.
Thank you, Chief Hoskin.
Hey, what y'all, real quick, what y'all think about his answer? Very, very politically correct. Why? Because he's made a decision, the Cherokee Nation have made a decision that they, it's too late to go back on. And so they're getting, there's benefits. A lot, ooh, we do a lot better than we were. Woo! You seen that Bentley outside? Shit. Oh, yeah. Hey, man, I'm really doing good hey, God is good. God is good, boy. We got them niggas up here, boy, and they can cook. Them motherfuckers good people. Ooh, and the women so fine. In the government, paying us handsomely. I mean, hey, we do got a lot of mouths to feed over here in the U.S. And they've been tremendous support. Yeah, he's saying everything politically correct. Let's walk and talk.
Assistant Secretary Newland, you mentioned in your testimony that Interior is continuing to review consultation feedback before it makes a decision on whether freedmen are entitled to enroll at Haskell Indian Nations University in Kansas and the Southwestern Indian Polytechnic Institute in New Mexico. Assistant Secretary Newland, although enrollment at BIA post-secondary schools is still under review, what are some direct federal services that freedmen with tribal membership are entitled to?
Thank you, Senator Lujan, for the question. So if freedmen descendants are enrolled as tribal citizens, then they are brought within the scope of our relationship between the United States and tribal nations, and would then be eligible for the services that the federal government provides to that tribe and its members.
Thank you for that. Ms. Van, yes or no, are Cherokee tribal members with freedman status able to receive every direct federal service and right that the federal government provides to tribal members without freedman status?
No.
My follow-up is, what federal services and benefits are they not eligible to receive despite having full tribal citizenship?
When the Stigler Act amendments were made in 2008, the Act of 1947, the language did not allow freedmen tribal members / freedmen citizens to inherit restricted land from their relatives or spouses of their tribes, and the land would retain its restrictions. One other thing is that freedmen tribal members and freedmen citizens are being treated differently when it on the reservations when it comes to criminal cases. And again, I'm talking about the McGirt decision. So those are the two areas.
I appreciate that response, Ms. Van. And Mr. Chairman, my time has expired. I do have other questions I will be submitting into the record and to follow up with those that I've asked. Thank you for the time today.
Thank you, Senator Lujan. Senator Langford.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you to all of you that are here. It's nice to see so many Oklahomans here and get a chance to hang out with neighbors. And very much appreciate your testimony, and for everyone coming today. Especially want to be able to thank Principal Chief Hoskins, Chief Johnson for coming here to be able to represent in leadership. All of you have done a great job representing your tribe, but I especially want to recognize the two chiefs that are here as well. Also for Marilyn Van, we met, trying to think, 11 years ago when you chased me down in a town hall meeting at a public library and cornered me in the room to talk about freedmen issues. And we're tenacious about that and has never stopped in the process. So you represent the freedmen well. You have stayed very knowledgeable on these issues and have stayed tenacious in the process on that. So it's great over a now decade-long friendship with us that we have stayed in contact since then. You didn't scare me off when you cornered me in the room to be able to talk through issues, and you still don't scare me off. And so glad to be able to call you a friend as well. Let me just ask a general question on this and to just bring this out, because the chairman's trying to be able to figure out how do we get to resolution so this is not another century from now and this same kind of hearing is still occurring? Because many of you referenced these are resolved issues within our tribe. It's been resolved in law. It's been resolved through different treaties. It's been resolved through different arrangements. But it's clearly unresolved in some of these issues. So the key becomes, how do we actually get to resolution on this? So can you describe to me the relationship and the number of freedmen that are connected to the tribe that we know of? As you mentioned before, Chief Hoskins, about 12,000 at this point for the Cherokee Nation. The number, and then also what is the current relationship there, whether it is voting rights, whether it is other benefits, or whether it's nothing at all. And that would be helpful just to be able to get some context for the record on that. Chief Hoskins, obviously yours is the easiest of this one, but.
Yes, thank you, Senator. It is good to be here and to spend some time with you. At Cherokee Nation, citizenship is equal. I suspect my good friend Marilyn Van has the same thing with her that I have with me, which is a Cherokee citizenship card, which, apart from our picture and name, is indistinguishable. That's where it starts in terms of the symbolic representation of citizenship. But beyond that, there are equal rights. There are no distinctions between Cherokee citizens of freedmen descent or Cherokees by blood descent. I would note for the committee that Cherokee Nation is even more diverse than that. There are Cherokee citizens of Shawnee descent, Cherokee citizens of Delaware descent. Those all stem, Senator, from that same time period, the period of post-Civil War. There is no distinction. I do want to note, if I could take the opportunity, my friend Marilyn Van noted those two areas in which Cherokee citizens of freedmen descent do not have equal access. Those are two distinctly federal issues for which the Cherokee Nation would support any discussion, any dialogue on how to repair those. Those are not within the control of the Cherokee Nation. So to the extent, Senator, that it's within our control, equal rights is the order of the day at the Cherokee Nation.
Okay. Chief Johnson, it's good to see you.
Good to see you.
So do you have an accounting of what that number might look like of for freedmen that are attached to the Seminole Nation or in a relationship there, and what that relationship is like?
The freedmen are numbered within the Seminole Nation citizenship, about 2,500. And I want to say some things that's just been what I call innuendos and things. If anyone here has studied the history of the Southeastern tribes, what you're going to find is that the Seminoles are totally separate in the areas of the relationships with people of persons of African descent. My land's longest wars in American Indian history was fought between the United States, the Seminoles, and what they were called the Maroons. Some of them were escaped slaves, some of them were free people. That was freedom fighters that were fighting for the same cause, and that was to remain free. The Seminoles have always had the freedmen as their citizens since 1866. We had a Florida lands claims not too long ago, back in the 1990s. That was as a Seminole Nation was recognized by Congress in 1823. The freedmen was not, the so-called freemen at that time was not actually freemen. They were persons of African descent, Maroons, free slave, or escaped slaves from the South. So they were not eligible for those judgment funds as deemed by Congress. Now, what we know as Seminoles is that since 1866, the freedmen have been citizens. They got 2 seats on the tribal council, which is 4 seats on the tribal council. They can vote on measures that's passed by the tribal council of the Seminole Nation. If they come in for enrollment, they come in and they are enrolled as citizens. You know, customs among American Indians are very important. Now, I hear all kinds of words being said this day, but my lands, our treaty says that the terms of the 1866 treaty made it clear that said legislation shall not in any manner interfere with or annul the present tribal organization the rights, the laws, the privilege, and the customs. It has always been the custom of the Seminole because the treaty says so. It says right here in the treaty that, that its members are citizens. We had that choice to say members or citizens. So I see interchangeably that term being used, citizen, members, citizenship, membership, all that type of thing. And that might work for federal government, but in the customs of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, freedmen and the descendants of the freedmen, there's no such thing as a freedman today. I think you know that. They're descendants of freedmen. And they have always been, by custom of the Seminoles, the Seminole Indians have been members of what? Of the native bands, the 12 different native bands within the nation. And once after 1866, in the development of the freedmen bands, they have been members of those particular bands as well. But they have always been seen as citizens. And the customs of the Seminoles that became the specific tribes in Florida that became known as Seminoles, we have always been known as the members of those specific bands and that's in the Seminole Nation. So that's how the Seminole Nation sees it. That's our oral history. That's our tradition. And I believe the treaty actually supports those two terms being used. And that's how the Seminoles use them in this present day as well.
He must smoke the blunt. Is marijuana? He was cotton mouth like a motherfucker. That nigga spitting and shit. Nigga must smoke the blunt. Shout out to the homie Joe Jack, goddamn, in the super chat. Shout out to the homie Al in the cash app. Shout out to the homie Eric in the cash app. Shout out to the homie Bess in the cash app. Appreciate that love. Make sure y'all on that like button and support the show. Yeah, he ain't trying to hear that shit. Bro, they trying to get rid of that, bro. We need a new treaty. What y'all tripping for? You already good already. I got you. I ain't never. Then he say, it's in, listen, man, it's in the treaty right here, man. Give a fuck about what legislation say. It's in the treaty. Legislation can't step in. Woo, we got a problem here. Cause it's in the treaty. Well, guess what, bro? You trying to use that treaty. Guess what else in the treaty? Man.
Thank you, Chief Johnson.
He said, I hear a lot of shit getting thrown around today.
Thank you, Senator.
But
With
we got
regard
tradition.
to a path forward, well, before that, I don't have a number to give you.
Okay.
Maybe we can get that, but I don't have a number to give you. But with regard to a path forward,
it's not so much a path forward as it is just a description of the current relationship as far as services, what may be different on that.
The Choctaw Nation does not recognize the freedmen. Okay. And that is because of the Constitution. But just one brief word on that Constitution that arose in federal court. The Department of Justice and the Department of Interior were in that case. There was specific discussion about how certain people would be treated, the adopted, the intermarried white, and the freedmen. Right. And a determination was made that it wanted to be Choctaw by blood. Delton Cox from Poto, Oklahoma, was on that commission. And I've talked to him, and he said this specific issue was discussed, and the federal government never raised an objection. They never raised the treaty issue. They never raised the freedmen issue and approved this Constitution. We think that Choctaw Nation, as a sovereign entity, should be able to determine its memberships as set forth by the Supreme Court.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Burge. Thank you. John F., I'm going to call you by your first name because we already know each other, so yeah.
Yes, sir.
So give us the approximate number that's in a relationship, if it's known, and then any other benefits or details or connection.
I don't think specific numbers are known because the data is notoriously challenging to confirm the validity of. And along those lines, Creek Nation has been engaged in an active effort to compile data internally and collect historic, cultural, legal information to help provide background for citizens of Creek Nation to have an informed dialogue that's driven by facts, not by political rhetoric. And that informed dialogue, incidentally, may go beyond any specific treaty provision. I want to point this out because the treaty issue is, it's been framed in very conclusory terms about what it says and what it doesn't say. But as I've said before, the treaty itself is working its way through our court system. But beyond that, this information gathering that our chief, Principal Chief Hill, has promoted as part of a national conversation will help inform conversations beyond simple treaty interpretation. Any nation worth its salt has to, including the United States, has to regularly determine whether or not existing laws are consistent with the will of the people. And you need information, you need data to have that discussion. But I would just say, in a previous position, I was at an agency that cited regularly a statutory provision that is often cited in many watershed legislation in terms of Indian affairs. And that legislation talks about the fundamental policy goal of the federal government is to support strong tribal governments. So whether it's through the judicial process of Muskogee Creek Nation or the public voting process of Muskogee Creek Nation, the federal government has a responsibility to support the sovereignty of the nation as it engages in this dialogue. It's important that it does so because, as I said before, colonialist history does not bode well in terms of efforts by the United States to impose its values on these sovereign nations. And we need to learn from history. So one way to turn sympathetic folks in this issue against a federal action is to impose solutions rather than have a true healing process within the nation that's fostered by information. And that's what we're engaged in right now at Muskogee Creek Nation. People may have concerns about timeframes, people may have concerns about when things are going to happen, but any progress of any nation comes in its own time. Yes, we need to push for a conversation, but it can't be imposed by the United States. So thank you, Senator. Your question about data is very well taken. There are historic problems with the data, but we're internally looking at it. I caution against conclusory positions regarding what one treaty provision means without having the courts take a look.
I get that. Respect that. That's the area that the chairman's been working on for a while and trying to be able to think through how to be able to gather more data. The work that the Muskogee Creek Nation's already done will be very helpful in that process to be able to be informative for a process like that. So that's a helpful piece to be able to have. So I appreciate that very much. And what I think you hear from this committee and certainly from the chairman is how do we work together in this process? I don't hear a federal action to be able to try to step on any kind of tribe in that. It's getting a chance to be able to partner together for things. Mr. Cretham.
Thank you.
It's just to define terms. Chickasaw Nation doesn't track freedmen or non-freedmen. There's Chickasaw citizens and non-citizens. As I said, this was litigated over a century ago, so there aren't separate tracks of citizenship. There are just citizens. Many Chickasaw citizens are also folks who are descended from people who are held in bondage. So they could be classified as freed persons, but they're also on the Chickasaw by blood roll, so they count as citizens. I have no number for you as far as folks who are not on the Dawes Commission Chickasaw by blood roll, but are exclusively on Freedom Roll. I have a number for you on.
Okay. All right. That's helpful to get. Mr. Chairman, let me ask one follow-up question on it. So I apologize for going long. I'm taking my Oklahoma time with Oklahoma folks here in the process, but that's helpful. Thanks for just putting the context of that on the record because that's helpful to be able to get the context on all those issues. Mr. Newland, I do want to ask a slightly separate question on this just as a follow-up on it. There were two major Supreme Court decisions that have a very direct and immediate impact on Oklahoma. You know them very well as McGirt and the Castro Huerta decisions on that. I need to ask you a question. If the Department of Interior or if you or anyone you know of is currently working on a legislative response for McGirt or for Castro Huerta, is there any ongoing work, either from technical assistance or writing? Because this has direct impact on every person that's here. and on my state and the 4 million Oklahomans that I represent. So is there any action that's currently going on that you or anyone on your team working on to develop a legislative response to Castro Huerta or to McGirt?
Thank you, Senator. The executive branch has been asked to provide technical assistance on legislative language in response to the Supreme Court's recent decision.
Okay, was that only on Castro Huerta or was it McGirt as well?
Yes, Senator Castro Huerta.
Would you be willing to be able to share that my office, as the senator for Oklahoma, obviously that has the direct impact on my state as well and all these folks that are here?
Pardon? Can you?
Would you be willing to be able to share that information with me? Because obviously, as the senator for Oklahoma, that has direct impact on my state.
I don't see a reason why, no reason comes to mind why we wouldn't be able to share that, Senator.
Be great. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Check that shit. So you saying when my office get in contact with your people now, you gonna have that for me? I don't see a problem. I don't see a problem with it. Thank you. No further questions. Yeah, I'm gonna need that. Ooh, they pushing lines in this hole today, cause I really got my mind made up already, man. You know, this might be the kangaroo shit, you know, for the cameras and the, you know, to get it on record. This was going on a lot that will be placed on record. Okay, no problem. You know, you know, this is behind the scene politics because it's a lot of wealth and resources. And that is the reason why we're here today. You know, what is more beneficial? This nigga trying to sit here and talking about he got motherfucking rights. And here you go right here on the paper. White boy to come to party in his hair today. Nigga suit tailor made. That nigga ain't come here to hear none of this shit. And they got gold hair and they the real white boy. That nigga ain't say Jack. I don't make the rules.
Thank you. Senator Langford, just on the question of TA, I don't know who the TA is being provided to actually, but I just want to make sure that they have if it's a member or a member office or a committee office, I want to make sure that they have the ability to work confidentially with counsel and the executive branch. And but I can assure you that the conversations we've had privately about understanding that Oklahoma equities are well taken, but I just want to protect Secretary Newland's ability to work confidentially with whatever member or member office may be asking for TA.
Sure.
In fact, it could be my staff. I don't know yet.
I respect that. My biggest challenge is I don't ever want something being worked on or developed that's a piece of legislation that has direct and immediate impact on Oklahoma tribes and on the state of Oklahoma, and Oklahoma not actually be involved in that.
Nothing about me without me. I got it. Thank you very much. I just have one final question for Ms. Van, and I've lost it. Got it. Knowing that Congress's authority related to tribal membership is limited by federal Indian law and the language of the treaties at issue today, what do you think can be done to further the cause of reconciliation? I think that although it got a little hot today, and I have no doubt that some people will leave this hearing, maybe even most people will leave this hearing feeling unsatisfied, not vindicated. I consider this a success because we aired it out, and people were heard. And I think it is important to move forward, but I think it is important to move forward carefully. Measure twice, cut once. We want to make sure that we move forward legislatively together. We want to make sure that sovereignty is respected, but we also want to understand that African American enslaved people and Native Americans were mistreated. And we are all in this situation because of the actions of the federal government of the United States. The official policy of the federal government of the United States ends up pitting African Americans and Native Americans against each other.
Oh, come on with it. Come on with it, goddammit. Go on, tell the truth. Go on, tell these folks what's happening. They got a rewind button? They do.
But we also want to understand that African American enslaved people and Native Americans were mistreated. And we are all in this situation because of the actions of the federal government of the United States. The official policy of the federal government of the United States ends up pitting African Americans and Native Americans against each other in this terribly unfortunate historic circumstance.
Listen. And nobody told the Native Americans to go along with the shit, though. Give a fuck about what position he put them in. We heard every tribe come up the other day talking about the assistance. All of them got up there and told the role, goddamn, that our people them playing this shit. All of them. That nigga, and in the same light, all of them said the same thing. Well, Native Americans and African Americans have been oppressed in this country. That's all of them narrative. So why we ain't getting nothing? Why y'all got all the fancy cars, the money, and all this shit, the relationships with the government? What ours at? Oh, you do have it. We do have it, but we got to go through you. That's how the U.S. set it up. So why would you come out here and try to say, well, it's the U.S. fault? See, both of them pointing the finger, and the U.S. say, man, don't look at me, bro. That's that nigga. Nigga got down on you, bro. I ain't got no paperwork on you, cuz. Yeah, that's that nigga right there. So now both of these niggas just pointing the finger at each other. Meanwhile, they're both winning because guess what? That check still gonna deposit that the U.S. gotta send them niggas ass for them babysitting you. That's how this shit go.
And so I don't have an easy solution. I think a GAO report is a reasonable start. I think dialogue is an important start, but I'm open to whatever suggestions you may have about moving forward as quickly as we can, but understanding that if we try to move too quickly, it will actually backfire and we will lose another decade of potential progress. So I'm interested in your thoughts, Ms. Van.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am, as a member of a tribe, I am, certainly I believe in tribal sovereignty, but the United States, of course, does have a responsibility to the freedmen people as per the treaty, not just to the tribal chiefs and chairmen. Now, decisions have been made regarding the status of the freedmen by some tribal nations, and this comes in part after, Jim Crow laws, which put the persons of African ancestry on the bottom of the deck here in Oklahoma. So far as solutions moving forward, where there are some the freedmen have tried to do various things to try to get equity under the treaty. As I said, for instance, there are some Creek freedmen descendants who have been trying to use the federal courts and also the tribal courts, as well as, of course, coming up here to D.C. We would like for the true history of the tribes and the freedmen to be there. So as I said, that's one reason we're calling for studies, because there have been some tribal leaders in the past who have said things like the freedmen were forced on the tribes or snuck in from Arkansas, although there are federal records that say otherwise. So let's get the truth out there for what it is. So far as the
where you historians at and all that type of shit? Cause now they tell me they want to do some studies and all of that, and we want y'all niggas You know, they done created this narrative and the nigga got this position and they saying, you know, stay out of our motherfucking politics, this how we run our car over here. They trying to tell the U.S. We gonna handle these niggas, stop trying to say these niggas with me. They always been citizens, that's what he tell them. We got a few black niggas work up there.
You know, I like this idea of continued dialogue, but as I said, the freedmen people, a lot of people are in need. Not all of that is the fault of the tribes. Some of that is the state of Oklahoma. And there were some tribal leaders in the past that were in elected position. I think there was around 1907. There were some that were coming from some of the tribes that sat in Congress, that sat in the Senate, and they were opposed to persons of African ancestry. I also want to mention that the freedmen people were not citizens of the United States until the other members of the tribe became citizens. You know, our citizenship was coming through the treaties. Now, so that being said, I made a few suggestions about, you know, possibly how the United States can bring some relief to the freedmen people so far as some services. I know all of that's going to cost money, but I also want to mention the fact that back in those earlier days, when the tribal governments were more limited, until the Principal Chiefs Act was passed in 1970, the Bureau, they did number people, including the freedmen people, sometimes for per capita payments. That happened, I know, in the Cherokee Nation. I know in the Creek Nation, there were some per capita payments in the past. And so this sort of thing can be done, but again, it's going to cost some money. I get that. You know, in my 22-page report, you know, I have some other suggestions there. Again, we couldn't get to in the 5 minutes. So that's what I'm thinking. It's going to take some time, some effort by the federal government. I would like to, you know, and I understand that there were constitutions that were approved by the federal government, but you know, if freedmen people weren't allowed to vote on them, you know, well, and again, they've been signed. So there we are.
And while he's sitting there talking about they all members, but damn, bro, nigga ain't got no say so when the real business come to play. And you want to sit here talking about how your traditions and how you running your car and all that, man, and nigga really ain't feeling that shit. Really not.
Thank you very much. I'll thank all of the testifiers as well as our first panelist, Chair Waters from the U.S. House of Representatives. The hearing record will be open for 1 month to allow ample time for views to be submitted for the committee's consideration. I want to thank all of the witnesses for their time and their testimony today. This hearing is adjourned. Thank you.
Okie dokie. Hey, anybody out there have something on that? I want to hear from the people on this, bro. We out of the days where niggas can be silent and sit back, bro. I really want to hear from the peoples, man. I really would like to hear from the people on this, man. What are y'all thoughts on this? Because it's getting real. Niggas been running around here screaming this American shit, this Aboriginal shit, this Indian shit. You know, when the reality is, it don't matter. They not in there talking about your titles or nothing. Shit you debating about. They ain't here on the real shit. Niggas been left out of the real shit. And so, you know, you got all the information. They going through studies and all this right now. Niggas been through all the genealogy and all this shit here. So, Yeah, well, shit, niggas did. SM say do your genealogy. Niggas did their genealogy already. You know, niggas did their genealogy. It's time to mobilize, man. It's time to take what you have and put it with, you know. I'm gonna tell you something, bro. With this game, man. You know, a lot of in this, bro. What we have to understand, you know, people have their own minds and heart. You know, they have their own visions, which is respected. Peace. We got Rainy Storm and the homie Roger on the panel. What y'all got for us?
Peace, everyone. I just wanted to say that we cannot allow these people to speak for us. Number one, they keep calling us Africans. We ain't that, okay? And I'm fed up with this shit. You know, we gotta step this up, y'all. They showing us better than the fuck they can tell us what they are trying to do. And somebody mentioned in the comments of the way they are wording stuff. We have to pay attention to everything. This is costly, okay? Y'all don't think for a minute that the ancestors ain't riding with us, okay? We too strong in this land right here. And we got too many adjoining into these tribes that we hold dear, okay? We got to come together as a unit. All this backwards and forward stuff with what people call themselves, whether you're Aboriginal or American Indian, whatever. Long as you know your feet belong here, stand on this shit. That's all I'm saying. Stand on it. We done been through too much. Our babies and grandbabies and thereafter is going to suffer behind this. Y'all see who they're giving these rights to. It ain't none of us. That's facts.
Peace, Ms. Rainey. Appreciate that. Bars. We got the homie Roderick Sims in the building. What you got for us, Roger?
What's going on, fam? Can y'all hear me?
You kind of low.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
All right, sorry about that. I know I got an echo too. Yeah, what Sister Rainey was just saying, those big bars. Anybody got deja vu right now? Cause this the same play they ran before. My question is what the fuck are we gonna do about it? What are we gonna do about it? This division shit gotta stop. We gotta do something. Cause they not playing. And they trying to hurry up and make this shit happen. What we gonna do? That's all I gotta say.
Appreciate you. What's up with it? One goddamn good to see you, homie. You on mute if you talking.
You talking to me on top?
Yeah.
Peace to the panels, peace to all the Aborigines, North, South, Central, and the conjoining islands, man. Yeah, this is an issue that's been going on for a long time, man. And as far as us, we gotta recognize that we ain't them people. And the sad part about it is that a lot of us tap out to become part of them nations just to say that, oh, I'm part of an Indian tribe. Nigga, them ain't our fucking people. Nobody up there look like us. And the motherfuckers that do look like us, they're calling them Africans. So when are we going to understand that's not our culture? That's not us. Now, I know some people might beg to differ and say, well, we do have some of them cultures. I ain't never seen my grandmother or any of the people who classified or told me that they were so-called Cherokee or Yamasee or any of these so-called tribes come in with any of these cultures. You understand what I'm saying? They know we not them people. But this shit is a horse and pony show right here, man. Just so they can pretty much keep us under the term African American. And like you said, you know, you want to have peace and all. You want to have peace in the community. Well, it's a few things that we must address. You know what I'm saying, for peace. You know what I'm saying. I ain't got no issue. I ain't at war with nobody. You know what I'm saying. For the most part, you know, we all got different perspectives when it comes to this history. We can't let our different perspectives, like, you know, create havoc. The main goal is to get recognized as being Aborigines or Tanchans, or if you want to say Cherokee, Yamasee, Chickamauga, Powhatan, Nassau Garrett, Mohegan, Mahata, any of these so-called tribes. You understand what I'm saying? We ain't all gonna have the same flow when it comes to this. We ain't all got the same perception when it comes to this. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm able to respect anybody who putting the information out here. You understand, for our people, because that's what I got into this shit for. I got into this shit to give it back to the people. You understand what I'm saying? Whether people rock with me or they don't rock with me. You know, I did my due diligence and I did what the ancestors called me to do. You know what I'm saying? Whether, like I said, whether people like me or not, I don't give a motherfuck. As long as the people who learned something and now, you know, one less person are classifying themselves as being an African American, you know. And as far as like these people up there representing the Atanchans of the Amaru, these people is a false misrepresentation of us, man. They know we had totally different cultures. They know we had science from 0 to 9. They know that we was builders, we was smelting metal, we was dealing with masonry, we was dealing with electricity, we was dealing with all of these technical inventions that thrive this planet right now. We're not the same as them people. But we just need to get that representation or that title of being an African American, and for them to recognize that it was so-called Negroes on this land. Now, I know you do the Black European thing. I don't agree with that, but that's what you do. You understand what I'm saying? And the reason why I don't agree with it is because, like, for us finding out that we've been on this land, that right there just throws another cog in the wrench for individuals who can't, who like, all right, well, I might have Black European in my family or whatever. And a lot of them logs, like what Cormeo got, a lot of that shit ain't even right and exact. He just taking names of people who came here on these so-called logs and then saying somebody else who got the same name, the same thing that's being done with Ancestry.com. You can go on Ancestry.com and find somebody's name living in the same area you live in that ain't even your relative, but people are attaching themselves to them. So we gotta just first understand that it was melanated people here, separate from these so-called Mongoloids or these mestizos or whatever the fuck ethnicity or race these people is, because a lot of them motherfuckers are mixed with the so-called Slavic people. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I stand for. You know what I'm saying? Man, I sent you an email. I heard your comment about, you know, you ain't got no problem with me. I ain't got no problem with you. I ain't got no problem with nobody in this community that's trying to put work. But one thing we got to stop doing, we got to stop separating, because none of us, like, I think I heard you say this, Top Cat. You said your grandmother never said you was an Indian. You said your grandmother said you was a Cherokee. And them so-called Native Americans don't even like to use the term Indian. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying nobody just throw away that term. But to me, that's just a destination. That's an observation to tell you that your people been here on this land. Now, the further thing is pretty much, you know, do your genealogy, find out what nation you represented. But these motherfuckers right here ain't our people. You understand what I'm saying? The motherfuckers at the powwow that be looking like total idiots, shaking and shit like they're about to have a seizure, they're not our people. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, definitely this is a good bill. I definitely respect, you know, just putting this out there to the people. Because people definitely need to hear this, and like this will give people a greater understanding of how, like, a lot of them motherfuckers is just like the white man. They will call us Africans, and they would say we were slaves and all this other shit when they know goddamn well they know our history. We know our history, the individuals that's in the chat and the individuals who've been paying attention to this for the last decade, 2 decades, maybe a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, whatever. We understand certain aspects of our history. You understand what I'm saying? And they know our total history. That's the reason why they giving the free man's problems. You understand what I'm saying? So with that, man, I'll mute my mic because I hear this brother trying to about to come in, man. So
Yeah, I don't know who that was, but hold up right quick. What I wanted to say on that, well, when you dealing with the Indians up there, what the hell, Native Americans up there, all of us come from communities study. I don't know what line other Indians pushing, but over here we don't teach that. You know what I'm saying? We teach nigga culture, man, our culture, the culture that we all grew up in. Awakening shit, you do got a culture, you've been living it your whole life. That's it. It ain't got nothing to do with them. If we really knew better, the creation of these governments or these nations, them have a relationship with the Indians. We'll use the Seminoles for example. In 45, the Seminoles had to come under them, and the tribe had to come under them in order to be claimed Seminole. That's why they was always able to inflict they ticks on them. We never was a part of these nations and none of that shit. That nations, none of the 5 nations was created for us. This was created to control Indian populations down in that area. If you was gonna do something, you was gonna have to sign up into these niggas' nation, or you was gonna have to become a U.S. citizen. That's how that shit worked. And so niggas fell under politics under that. That's why Seminole came to Texas, because Oklahoma and shit running from the U.S. that enslaved niggas get to Oklahoma and under these niggas' government, and they enslaved niggas too. The Creek, they enslaved niggas. So they went to Texas but changed the politics. So we never been a part of these things that all come with understanding and information. But I think we kind of passed that. You know what I'm saying? I think because right now we faced with a situation. What the dude says he gonna it up for 30 days hearing. You know, meaning it's still, you know, it's still that we can voice our opinion if we have one. But what I'm saying is things like this right here, you know, fuck the information, man. That shit don't mean nothing, because while them niggas sitting on that panel, they not making decisions off no information. Ain't nobody up there talking about no bars. Ain't nobody up there talking about no Indians or Aboriginals. They sitting there, they discussing the real shit, bro. And so far as the African in the in Article 3, when we going through the treaty, the freedmen and the Africans are different people even in the treaty. So they you have freedmen and you have African in there, but they are associated. When you really break it down, shout out to Waldo. He was breaking it down the other day. Just had a big room going through the treaties and reading it word for word and all of that, breaking it down. People understand that the freedmen and the Africans are not the same. So the African was never to get no land, didn't have no titles to it, but the freedmen were. That's why they gave them the land in Oklahoma. Africans couldn't get land, but freedmen were able to. So now they're trying to connect those two together so they can say, this is why you can't have no land, nigga. You the African in the story. But really, they the freedmen. So right now, the boy locked up in Oklahoma because they need that land right there. But the deeds was given to the Indians. And if you familiar with the Sarah Rick case, if y'all familiar with her case, remember when she got her land under the Dawes, her daddy tried to sell it because he couldn't pay the $25 a year, I think it was. If y'all familiar with the story. But it was a law in place that the Indians couldn't sell your land. And this is that's the same thing that happened in the treaty. And so that land can't be sold or moved right now. they want to develop on the land, but they really can't touch it because it belongs to a lot of us out here who caught up under these Indian, Aboriginal, Moors, Hebrew, and all these other terms. And it's how this situation is. They can't move because Oklahoma, most of the motherfuckers was gated up. That's why they just brought up the what was it, the McGraw, the McGriff case, whichever one it was, a couple years ago, 2022, when they gave all that land back to them, told them that, yeah, that's really their jurisdiction. The Native Americans went and got it, because niggas ain't got nothing put together. We out here debating each other and shit. We gotta get for real, bro. And I feel like these type of conversations, man, I really can't even hear none of the information, bro. My mind ain't thinking like that right now, bro, because if they can reconstruct the 1866 treaty, bro, then niggas ain't got nothing. The Cherokee had to let Ash them in, and they gave them niggas billions of dollars for letting them niggas in. The money locked up, all the money is in the niggas. Because you gotta understand, if it's going to the Civil War, the Confederates, when them signed up with Albert Pike to the Confederate states fell out. They fell out of the U.S. And so now they had to come back in at the end of the war. So when they came back, bro, the niggas had just won the war for the Union. So they were in their grace, bro. They got a big they had to give them something out of the deal, bro. But right now it's not being honored because niggas ain't focused on that, bro. We focused on who got the right information, all this type of shit, bro. So that's my game on it right there, man. Big Shake, you got it.
Hey man, I'm actually at work, but that is what I wanted to say, and that's something that I think everybody needs to take note of. In that Treaty of 1866, Article 1 and Article 2 talks about Indians and freedmen. It does not mention the African until Article 3. And that's what we were talking about yesterday, is the entire time that all this was going on, like they always knew the difference between like the Indians over here and the Africans, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to group everybody together, which is the same thing they doing on the what is that HR 44 thing. They're basically trying to create a colorism situation where anybody with dark skin is going to be sent over to Africa. They keep trying to push that line, and that's what we can't let them do it in Indian country, just like in the United States they can't let them do it over there. That's literally the only reason I came up here. People need to really pay attention to that. And the other thing I would say, peace to A1, you know what I'm saying? I don't know you, but I got up on your videos a little bit ago too. And I really and sincerely think that the reason why they get away with it, and one thing I noticed is that everybody, when something happened in Oklahoma, like it's taking this law because they have what you call it, like a representative government over there. We really need to get together and form some type of government or panel where we can put at least one person up there, or at least send somebody to Oklahoma to voice things for people that are outside of Oklahoma. I really think that we would benefit from all trying to get together, and when we talking about signing petitions and you know what I mean, even getting some type of agreement on the history, I would say maybe we could do it, in the background on YouTube and in Zoom or something like that, and then present a unified view of what we feel happened on YouTube. And it takes time. It takes time to build it. I think that, as a community, and I'm new to it. I'm born in it, but I'm new to the whole YouTube situation. My great grandfather went to Oklahoma and he left. And I'm actually putting a stamp on that right now. I reached out to the tribe to see, because I got the records from when he was in Oklahoma, and so I never really felt a necessity to deal with them. But one thing that I'm seeing is that's the power they hold over Indians all over this country, or whatever, Aboriginals, whatever you want to say, is they work together, and that's what it's always been. And I'm gonna mute my mic there.
Hey, can I say something to peace to the brother, man?
Peace, man.
Listen, man, my great grandfather, my great grandfather was on the roads, right? And a story that was passed down that I kind of remember was he was saying that not him, but the story that was passed down to my grandfather, right? He was saying that where he was at, my people from Alabama, from Alabama as well as Georgia. My father's side from Georgia, my mother family from Alabama, right? And they were saying that it was Cherokees or Aniawiyas all through that motherfucker. A lot of the reason why a lot of people was going to Oklahoma was because they was terrorizing us in the South. So a lot of people felt like if they joined the roles and get on some of these dog roles, that they wouldn't experience that terrorism. That's with the Great Migration, us moving up south. I mean, us moving north, and all of the other stuff that come along with it. So a lot of people was trying to escape the KKK and escaped a lot of racism when the Europeans got free after 1865 and started to go into our cities and started to terrorize us and shit like that. So a lot of people were signing up to that shit by default just to get away from that. That's why you see a lot of Negroes on a lot of them roads. But naturally, the so-called original tribes or nations or whatever you want to call them, they're still where they always resided at. We're exactly where we always been at. You got Negro, so-called Aborigines, or you want to call them Indians, all the way from Canada, all the way to Florida, all the way from Florida, all the way to the Mississippi River, and all the way through the I want to say the Great Lakes through St. Louis and going through Detroit and all the way in that hemisphere right there. You understand what I'm saying? So
Hey,
a
let me
lot of
ask you
people.
something on that, A1. How do in your mind, how do you see um how do you see this shit coming together? Is it even a chance, or are we even wasting our time right now?
Nah. We got
I
the.
turn.
So check it out. So if I suggest everybody get familiarized with the UNDRIP and the ADRIP. Get familiarized with that. And I think it's article from 5 to 10. The articles from 5 to 10 that pretty much say you have a right to go back and revanish your culture, because they know a lot of people was falsely misclassified. They already said that Indians did not live in their natural condition, was classified as colored and Negro. Now, I kind of got a twofold with that, because I don't think we never even like recognized ourselves as that. We just went by our names. The name like I said, Cherokee. You want to say Yamasi? You want to say Choctaw? We went by our names. You understand what I'm saying? So when they was coming up with these classifications, like a motherfucker changing your name and you don't even know it. You understand what I'm saying? And then you find out later on that they changed their name. So we still living in our regular conditions, and we find out that they pulled the switcheroonie on us. Now they creating these laws to classify us as these African. I don't think no black person or Aborigine or black Indian or black Atanchan even knew anything about being an African in the early 1900s. None of them knew anything about that shit. That shit didn't become popular until like the 1960s. You understand what I'm saying? Nobody, I'm quite sure, most of the elders are gone. So, if you do have access to somebody who's over 100 years old who can tell you what was the mind state at that time, if somebody person 100 years old, that puts them back at 1920. Now, with the general education system and all of this brainwashing that took place, a lot of people subscribed to that whole slavery and they was Africans because of that, because of the shit is being regurgitated and people are starting to say it verbatim as opposed to what history. But if you go back and see the UNDRIP, you have a right, you have a right to declare exactly what you are. You don't have to go to no federal government. Now, other people will beg a different, but I know what works for me. I know exactly what worked for me. When I sent my affidavits off, they ain't say a goddamn word. They didn't rebut it. They didn't question it. They just sent it back. When I sent it to the United States, when I sent it to Washington, they sent me a letter on top of it and said, thank you for your awareness. We will honor it and respect it. and it said some other things, but I gotta really look at it and read it out and tell you exactly what it said. But that's the things that stuck out to me, that these people didn't rebut any of this shit. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, outside of, you know, recognizing who you are, you can do your genealogy. Your genealogy will help. But at the end of the day, we got to get to the common understanding that it was Negroes hair all over this motherfucker. And they know this shit. They know it was Negroes here that didn't come from no Africa. They know it was Negroes that was here that wasn't ever slaves. They know that. So I you know, advise people, you know, like, you know, people been advising them, do your genealogy, but also don't try to join none of these tribes. If that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. Don't try to join none of them tribes. Get with your family and see how many of them are willing to put on record that they are Aborigines or Indians or whatever you want to call them or whatever. So that'll make at least you'll have power in numbers. When I was speaking to the brother Travis Sanders, right, he said that when they went to the United Nations, which, you know, that's still asking permission by going there to get them to recognize exactly who you are. Anytime you got to ask somebody for permission, then they are your fucking leader. You understand what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, we got to get to the established point that it was already black people here, that we ain't these so-called $5 Indians or these mestizos or mongoloids. We don't descend from them. You know, you showed the video when I first met you about the cookouts. You ain't never seen none of them motherfuckers come to the cookout. You ain't never seen none of these people in any of your family gatherings or anywhere. Now, if you have relations with a so-called mestizo or, you know, a Mexican or one of them Hispanics, then you may have some remnants of what these people identity or what they look like. But at the end of the day, I ain't never seen none of these motherfuckers in the South in any of my family gatherings. I ain't never seen them in Oklahoma. I ain't never seen them in Tennessee. I ain't never seen them in Florida. You don't see none of these so-called Native Americans walking around who've been reclassified and don't know who they are. Why is it so funny that all of them know that they Indian when they telling you in history that they reclassify people? So that means that today you will have so-called people who look just like them who wouldn't classify themselves as Indians. You understand what I'm saying? So like that's the best I can do for people, because I don't try to give nobody any legal advice. You know what I'm saying? Because when a person don't take the proper step, the first thing they want to do is say, "Oh, he told me to do it. Oh, he scared me and he fucked me up." Nah, I don't get all caught up with that. You know what I'm saying? I just tell you what works for me, and we can go from there. So with that, I'll mute my mic, bro.
Appreciate that. What you got, Hammer?
Yo, man, you had a video on your channel that really shut all this down, bro. Before I get to that, I just want to say peace to the God, man. Peace to my man, Ahanu El, man. Yo, it's big ups to you. Respect all day long, my brother. My man, A1, you know, you've woken up a whole lot of hearts, souls, and minds, and I really appreciate all your work and everything you've done. It really has mattered in a major way. I love that series that you had when you were in South Carolina, talking to all the people on the streets. You hitting the streets with it. It matters, you know, from the horse's mouth and all of that, you know, cultural freedom. But without going too deep off into that, I'm just saying I really appreciate you and a salute to you. But my man Top Cat, you had a video on your channel that really shut all this down, and I assume that you took it down just recently, maybe because it was just giving away too much info. Maybe it was just too deep. It was too much for him. But I really want to find that video in a major way. It was of another brother, somebody else who sent a message to you, and he was saying when it comes to these debates and when it comes to all these Indians and the Tanchans, and when y'all debating Sarnetta, whomever it may be, just ask them this one question. They got to answer this one thing right here. And it was just a document. And that document was in the 1400s, and it was showing the early explorers that came here. And it was the very, very, very first time that they'd ever used the term black on this soil, on this land here. And it was in reference to the Indians. They called them natives that they met here black people. That's how they described them. Very intricately they described them, and they drew them and everything. And that document, he was saying that the brother came off of the boat and he was trying to swim because he got all excited trying to swim to shore. He began drowning. The Indian men went and surrounded him to get him, and he got all scared and he ran away because he thought they were going to eat him or something. And they weren't. They were very peaceful people. And these were just Black Indians as he described them and as they wrote down in their journals about these people here. And it was the very, very first use of the term Black when in reference to people. And they were describing the Indians right here. I really wish you knew what that video was, and I don't know why you took it down. Maybe it was just too deep, but I would love to find that video once again and save that. That's all. I'm gonna drop down at that point.
All right, appreciate you. Hey, what's up with it? Out of my mind. I mean, what's real? My bad. You out the real.
Peace, family. How you doing?
What's up with it? Where you calling from?
Well, sure. I'm out of Texas. This is Best Media. It's coming up as
all right. What's up, man?
This is Best. What's going on? This is, you know what I'm saying. I'm just checking in, you know, and moving forward with, you know, us being organized as a people and trying to really come to a solution. I heard the brother talking about he had sent in an affidavit up to Washington, D.C. and was recognized right away, and they had no issues with it. And if you get your family together, everybody in your group, and step forward and send in an affidavit, there will be no pushback.
Hey, real quick, can I just say something to that, brother? I'm gonna let you get your momentum back, right? I sent it to the Provost Marshal, the U.S. Marshal, Homeland Security, Rome,
Mic check.
He broke up. Is that just?
Hey, we can't hear you if you're talking.
something back besides the actual sign. You know, the signed little cards you get when you send it certified, to make sure you get somebody to sign, knowing, I mean, recognizing that they received it. So I'm just putting
you faded out real quick. You faded out. We couldn't hear you. Yeah, we couldn't hear you for like 10 seconds.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm traveling. I said I sent it to the Provost Marshal, the U.S. Marshal, Homeland Security, the FBI, Washington, to the Vatican. You understand? And I got every time they had to sign it or whatever, and I got everything back from them. Also, Washington was the only one that sent me something in writing. You understand what I'm saying? So like they recognized it. They, you know what I'm saying? They know exactly. And I didn't make it vague. I didn't say, oh yeah, well, my family had Indian in our family. I said, nah, my family are classified as African Americans. My grandmother was this, my grandfather was this. My family recognized themselves as being this. We was falsely classified as Africans, Negroes, Black, and color. So I put that shit on record. Because I don't want to sit here and just dance around and just think you got Indian in your family and it's some fucking ambiguous person to where you don't even know what their ethnicity is. Nah, I'm representing for the brothers and sisters that's classified as African American, colored, Negro, Black, etc. So I'll mute my mic, brother.
So did I have another question? So what, did they send you some type of identification? A card or anything? Or are you still classified as a United States citizen?
Nah, I put it on record. The first thing is to put them on notice. You don't let nobody classify you as something and then you acquiesce to it. If you don't rebut the acquiesce, it's like, and I'm not trying to say this to be funny or nothing. Somebody call you an asshole, right? If you allow them to keep calling you an asshole until you correct it, they're gonna keep calling you an asshole. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. So that's like a first step type of thing. So
exactly.
That's like a first step to get to going.
And you can sue people for calling you Black. If somebody call you Black, you could sue them. Because I didn't tell you I was Black. You didn't ask me my nationality or my heritage or my culture. You just made that assumption. You understand what I'm saying? So it's a lot of processes that, could be done. Listen, this is just my process. And this is a lot of other people who I rock with. This is also their process. But you're going to, at some point of time, you're going to have to put these people on notice. You understand? You know what I'm
No
saying? You're
problem.
gonna have to put them on notice. And to that, you're gonna be, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna be classified as what they deem you to be classified as. So with
Right
that, I
on.
mute my mic, my brother.
Right on. Legendary Top Cat.
Peace.
Man, I'm new to this. I've only been rolling with you for a few months. Years ago, I used to be a Pan-African. I had to leave it alone because there was a lot of things I couldn't prove. And so once we moved from California to Texas, we moved into our new home, and my daughter asked me a question. She was 8 years old at the time. She said, where's our people from? We're not no longer talking about Africa. Where's our people? This, that, and the third. And I couldn't answer her. So I started calling my elders, just like many other people, and doing my genealogy. And lo and behold, a lot of the hearsay of, we have Indian in our family came to being. And I just dug deep into it. Kudumeo helped me out a lot. And I'm looking at you like the ambassador, because the information that you're coming across and the things that you're saying lines right up with what I'm finding in my own genealogy and in my family and in the documentation. I went into the Choctaw archives, into their rolls. The documentation showed up again. So Ancestry.com, same thing. Everything is just equating. I can prove it left, right, up, and down. And the frequency that you are on, the heartbeat, everything that you're talking about, man, I love it because it can be proven. There's no denying the fact. And I don't know about everybody else, but I'm like, hey, man, you're the ambassador, bro. You can speak on it. And a lot of things that you're talking about makes a lot of common sense. How do you look at it, from your own personal mind moving forward? Because we're doing a lot of talking. I'm used to being, boots on the ground. I brought SETI years ago out to California for the first time, and we was doing a whole lot of on the ground stuff. But then when it comes down to this, really showing the facts and proving the documentation and just really just laying it out and walking it all the way down from top to bottom, genealogy, the lineage is the truth. And Choctaw and Chickasaw all up in my family, from Mississippi, Alabama, all in here in Texas. And so moving forward as a group, as a people, getting my family together, my mother, cousins, people all in my family I never heard about, never knew about, and in their 80s. And they're saying that's right. I do have audio information of your great-grandfather speaking about these things. Come on and come see me. And they all in Texas, bringing this information together for everyone who has done their genealogy. And we can prove it. The documentation's there. There's no debate. There's no argument about it. How should we move forward? Even with people who are not so-called our blood, but I'm finding a lot of people I'm related to. And I feel like, I got people out in Alabama too. It's like, I might be related to you.
Yeah, it's like really at this point right now, man. Before that, appreciate that question, man. But I really just trying to observe the scene and everybody else. Tim, I don't really want to, my shit out there. I'm really just trying to watch the bullet, man. But I will say this: my position and the mindset I'm in right now, I'm not fucking with nothing if it ain't got no unity on it. And because you have to get the unity started, the understanding, bro. Ishmael told me, bro, he say Texas do not have to with New York. New York still gonna have their own politics, their own, their own flag, their own everything, bro. But they come together and the motherfuckers make face, bro. That 50 states turn to the U.S. You gotta find out how to put the shit together, bro. If people don't get along, you still gonna need that council. So the conversations can be had, the understanding when we do need something done or allyship, you know what I mean? Or we need the numbers because that's what we gonna need. That's what the fuck we keep losing on. You look at committee, we just watched how important that was. It wasn't but a handful of motherfuckers in there. Like we have. We can look at it like this here, bro. All the information, all of the work, all the things we done before brought us to now. We have that point, bro. Graduation. It's time to move on to the next step. And I think it comes from unity. These conversations had. Send the ambassador there. You don't fuck with this person, that person gonna be. Don't fuck with that person. Send somebody there who's trusted, who had that message, who do have these relationships or don't mind being in these situations. You know what I mean? And just there to represent y'all brand, whatever flag you flying. You know, fuck information, bro. This shit ain't about information right now. We'll be a damn who to sit here, bro, and be stuck in the information when it's real shit need to be done. Ain't nobody gonna come do it while we go do the information. Now, we have to be that representation for that. And then in your own community, in your own, where you flag, your own turf, you know, you got free range. You know what I mean? Well, we need to have these understandings when we need the numbers. If somebody in your area, something going down in your area, we need to get some representation out there. Don't give a fuck if it's, you know, niggas don't like black folks and all of this shit here, but a lot of niggas was black years ago, 10 years ago, or at some point. My thing is this here, but when they having these, you don't want to take yourself out of the community, bro. If they having an event, if it's an event going down and everybody that's black there, but they all come from different foods without or name brands or whatever, you still want to be on the board, bro. We need representation. And so I'll say that part, but right now I'm just really observing the scene, bro, because I'm not fucking with nothing if it ain't got no you on it. All right,
Well, yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, 100%. I got 100 people in my family right now, and they're telling me, you know, I'm the family historian, and everything that I'm saying, nobody's arguing with. So I guess I could be the ambassador. And from my understanding, I'm looking at you. A lot of information that you have is very pertinent. And I'm saying to the family, hey, brothers such as Kudumeyo and yourselves that you here in the United States, the ambassador. And I'm ready to walk with you. I'm ready to go anywhere I gotta go. I don't have a problem with that. So as far as this line over here, this branch over here, this bloodline on my side, we with you. You have unity.
Real talk. Appreciate you, family.
Peace.
Peace.
No, I want to say something real quick, right?
Neil, I just wanted to say something real quick. You know what I'm saying? I haven't been able to talk. You know,
Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Since my name was brought up too. But yeah, peace to Top Cat, Derwin, brother. And the other brother here, I don't think. Anyone. Just want to say that you know, when it comes to agreeing and disagreeing, that's fine. You know, people have their opinions and their choices to agree or disagree with whatever they like. But certain facts, it's not about agreeing. When especially when primary sources and genealogy is being proven daily. So that's what I wanted to say. It's not about agreeing or disagreeing, you know. And we're past the Africa thing. Like almost everybody in this community is kind of already way past knowing they're not. You know, the African thing was a lie, man. Like we way past that. And there's new things to discover and deeper things to realize about. You know, when we try to point fingers at people and hate people and just hate people for randomly just because. Just want to point out, nobody here in this community is trying to like do genealogy to become what you call a so-called Mongol or become a so-called pale skin or white person. So, you know, just like that doesn't mix, that doesn't go together. And I don't know anybody that's trying to be part of like their culture, you know, because it's different. Greek is very different, but I guess like the way Top Cat explained it was basically something that you know, we in this community are kind of realizing and seeing and understanding. It's not just about wanting to be a part of their. That was black folks first, you know. So
I like that. I like how you said that. This was us first. So being a part of something that they're talking about, that's not it. The representatives of the people, the representation is not there.
He's
And we're
still
not
talking?
speaking on ourselves. No, this is Darnell, Best Media from the BCU.
Nice.
Kudumeyo. My brother, that's my brother right there. He helped me out a whole lot. And what he's saying is fact. The genealogy, there's no denying.
Yeah, but I say this here too. Now I felt Caramel on what he was saying. I want to get y'all thoughts on the committee that's happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to talk on now. That's why I joined. That's why I
Yeah,
joined the
what's up?
chat.
Out of my mind, man. My bad, bro. My bad, man. Appreciate your
It's
patience,
all
family,
good.
man. Turn up, you got it.
It's all good. Yeah. So I'm glad you just said that because you brought the conversation back to the topic. Um, Everything that has been talked about from this panel, it's all part of what they was doing today. And I just want to, from my perspective, my opinion, or my 2 cents, if we're gonna have unity, like you mentioned, if we're gonna have a panel or a flag or whatever, it's not gonna be like people say monolithic. It's not gonna be one thing because all of us that's in this chat right now, all of us that's in this community, even when everybody don't agree with each other, we still got one plight and one purpose. It ain't to be like Kermel just said, it ain't to be a part of what they're doing, a part of their culture, but the panel that they just had and what they was talking about is literally talking about us, whether it's including us or rejecting us or trying to group us in to something to now put a target on us. It still deals with us. And what we need to do is grow the fuck up and get our shit together and have some type of representation. We already like from A1 been around for a long time. You, Caramel, Dan, everybody, Two Hawks, the other brother, Turtle Gang, everybody is doing what they need to do to educate the people. I mean, how much more education we need? Where the action gonna come? They just had this panel today, so that should be like a attention, or that should be like a sign for us to be like, well, where we at? Why wasn't one of us in there talking about where is the representation for us at? We don't need to worry about the funding or some type of government handouts or whatever, because that's gonna be a given. That's gonna come. But ain't none of us on that screen with our faces representing indigenous people to this country. So, that's what I feel the topic should be and the point should be and the focus should be at this stage, like growing up, being more mature. And okay, we can have these sidebar conversations about genealogy and tribes and all this stuff because that's never going to go away. But now they done gave us the sign like, the time for us, we should have a clock that's running down in our mind. Like, okay, we got X amount of time. Like he mentioned, they even said it in the talk about the panel or how to submit whatever paperwork. And I'm not saying like, do the whole paperwork thing, but whatever we got to do to be represented and have our face and respect, that's what we need to be doing. That's what I wanted to say.
Hey, can I comment to that and comment to Cormel? Cormel, you still on the panel?
Yeah, man.
Okay. Do you got any problem with me? Do we have a problem?
Well, our
Come
history.
on, man. Come on, man.
It's on public. Anybody can go watch the videos, what you have said about me, bro. It's not about me having a problem, bro. I look for peace. I had an interview yesterday, great interview with Top Cat. You want to get to know me, I recommend you watch it.
I mean, I don't subscribe to when you say watch her videos, you right here, right now. And like the reason why I'm saying that, because we might not never get a chance to have this conversation again. Okay,
Top
now.
Cat, can we get back to the point? Top Cat, can we get
Hey,
back to the
my
point?
man, don't cut me off, bro. Don't do that.
You taking us away from what we
Hey,
here.
I'm not
hold
taking.
up, y'all.
Hey, Top Cat, is it
Hey,
okay if I address him?
I got it, family. Hey, now let them go and get this taken care of. But I say this here though, before y'all go ahead and take care of this. Make sure it's a positive outcome, bro. And we might as well not even have the conversation because we are speaking on unity. Everybody watching right now, and this is important. So if y'all can't, you already know if you can, find an understanding with this person, especially in this time that we in. So if you can't, then I say don't have the conversation and we continue the topic. But if y'all can work together, find, New York and motherfucking Pennsylvania, be two different states, bro. Own understandings and truth, bro. Then, but we can be cordial. Then they can have the conversation. But y'all gonna do your thing.
Okay, like I was saying before I was interrupted, right? I asked him, did he have a problem with me? You said it's public on public record that I don't have no problem. I never had a problem. I always showed you, greeted you with respect all the time. Was when you was rocking with us, when you was on a platform with us, it was always respect. It was only until I started saying we're not mongoloids and mestizos is when I started to get this weird energy from you. Other than that, that's my duty to tell my people that we're not them people. Now I understand if it's some people who may have them blood ties to them people. I understand that, and that's no knock to anybody who do. But at the end of the day, the 60 so odd million so-called people who classified as African American are confused because they think that they got these mongoloid blood ties, and that's the only reason that they're Indians. Now, you yourself, you put out material stating what is the identity, what is the color, what was the description that they was describing these people as. So there should not be no confusion when I'm trying to edify my people and let my people come to an understanding. Now, if I'm incorrect, please correct that.
Nobody's trying to make anybody Mongols though. I've been telling you since day one. You're still on things from 2016. You're still talking about the same stuff, man. We got Africans or whoever they called people, tag people as Hispanics either. Like you said, one of those Hispanics. I heard you earlier. They call me Hispanic. It's not me. That don't describe me. So, you know, we can get past. We're talking about the same stuff we talked about years ago. I don't really want to.
All right, so that's that. Then, you know, that's that. If you ain't got no problem, I ain't got no problem with you. So we good then. You can go ahead, Top Cat. Do what you want to do. So the brother wanted to build.
Now y'all can build.
That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is our people is confused. And like I said, you don't have to identify with being a Hispanic. Nobody pointed you out, never said you was a Hispanic. You know, if that's what they got you classified as prior to you coming to this knowledge, then that's something you got to take up with them. You understand? We all was falsely misclassified, you know, and we all trying to correct that problem.
One of those blacks, one of those African American. That's like, it's not that you know. It's just I can, you know, I've watched plenty of your videos and what you have to say about Chinos, Hispanics, and every other country that's not from USA.
Bro, listen.
And you're not my brother. You're not my brother, man. Don't call me bro.
All right, what's up with it? Out of my mind. What you got for?
Nah, I already talked. I said my piece. I basically responded to what you were saying and about today's panel. That's all I was looking to join the panel is to speak about today's topic, because what they said, like a lot of people was in the chat, they was catching, you made mention to it. They caught what was going on, where they spoke politically. Everything that we're talking about, this is like barbershops. This is for us, what like this other stuff that we discussed. But what they're talking about, that's in their arena. And that's how we need to come. Like, we need to meet them where they are, because they got the juice right now. No matter what we know, no matter how we feel, no matter what we can prove, they got the juice. So we need to meet them in their arena and understand how their game is played. And we need to play their game our way, because there ain't no other way to do it, because it's their game. That's what I'm saying. Like, you need to know your genealogy. And as a matter of fact, the woman that was on the panel looked just like my grandmother. So I don't understand. Like, we can't generalize everybody. Like, everybody don't look the same. My people from Georgia, South Carolina, I grew up in Jersey, but the person that's from California may not look nothing like me. So saying us and we, that don't fly no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, we could be the same, but we different at the same time. But the plight that we're trying to get to is respect and, you know, be represented by we represent ourselves. Even, it don't matter how we go about it, but we just need to mature and get to the point where we understand how the game is played, and we play that game the right way according to how we gonna do it. And that's how they gonna respect us and listen to us. That's you know, that's where I was coming from.
Nah, that's peace. You know, I feel the same way. Shit, this information shit, that shit only go so far, but it lanes too. I'm not a motherfucking politician. I'm gonna be the first one to say it. You know what I mean? But if you know, with this information, man, you going to have to teach, you know, some of that. You know, you're gonna have to make sure that is you know, they're literate to that type of these type of things. Or when we speaking about information, you know, this should be the information that we speaking on, you know, and some, you know, you got different genres, but you know, it should be some of this information getting out there. You know, you have to have a presence, bro. You gotta go outside. You know, this shit is, you know, right now it's some internet shit. Keep it real, because them niggas outside that we just watched, they outside. This some internet shit. We over here arguing over words and information and sources and all of that shit there, bro. That shit that was cool. We here now, you got the information. Niggas who got the genealogy had the genealogy or whatever, man. But I tell you this here, if you don't have the number or the people, bro, then you gonna have to sit in here and play their game, bro. They gonna be able to dominate you because you don't have no voice. And the voice, you ain't got no unity, bro. Most motherfuckers probably got a problem with each other, bro. But I tell you what, they can agree on something. Nigga ain't gotta be around each other, bro. But if we need something done, you know, we should be able to say, hey, you know, because it got to be something bigger than us, you know, and not just to be here to say, I got information, or I'm the one that's right and you not right, or however this shit here, you know, I'm this, I'm a Moor, I'm a Hebrew, I'm a whatever, bro. You know what I mean? So I think we fucking ourselves. A lot of people are tribalized and shit. You know, a lot of niggas are, bro, but my game is this here. Don't be tribal out here with stuck in that tribal mind, bro. And a nigga been here, and now we face this situation, and you ain't been able to build nothing to stop what's happening right now. Nah, bro, you can't be tribal. You know, nigga, and especially if this shit here, if they do reconstruct the motherfucking treaty, you know what I mean? You don't want your blood on that. We gotta find a way to get our presence out there. Everybody don't have to do it, bro. A group of people can go over here and do it. Them people can do it. Them people can do it over there. And we can keep doing it how it's been doing, because everything been separate. Ain't shit been done. Maybe that's the reason. Because everything been separate. Find a way to put the shit together, bro. Be grown. Grow the fuck up. You know what I mean? And get real about this shit. Yeah, man. That's what I got on it.
Yeah, that's facts.
I'm with you, not against you. I'm with the order.
Yeah,
Hey, can I say something to the brother? I was listening to the brother Ben. Well, if you was gonna go and say something, man, go ahead. It's your panel.
Nah, turn up. You got it.
The brother, Best Media, you know, what you did and what you mentioned, that's what needs to be done as far as going to your family and like manning up and telling, you know, trying to get the consensus from your family to be like, look, this is what we're gonna be doing. The it's not, I hate to say that I don't disagree with you. I mean, I hate to say that I disagree with something because that's like negative, but something that stood out from what you were saying is something that's holding us back. And I'm gonna just like, it's what I'm gonna say is out of respect, brother. It's like, you know what I'm saying? When you said that Top Cats is like the ambassador, yeah, he's an ambassador because he do this every day. Just like Curry Mayo do this every day. Everybody that's consistent doing this every day, they're out the door, they the ambassador. But you an ambassador too, and you don't need to be looking towards nobody else as your leader. You're a leader. Because what if Top Cats can't make it? What if he gets sick? Then who gonna step up? You gotta be ready to step up because you got 100 people in your family that's following you. That's got that then anointed you the chief, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like, look, where we like men, we're men, we got children. We don't need to be looking to nobody for no leader. We need to be ready to be independent and help each other form like Voltron when it's time. Like none of these people are my leaders, but I'm there to support them at every step, wherever I can. I don't agree with everybody, but like Top has just said, if something got to get done, then we need to come together and get it done and then after everything we do is finished, then we go back to wherever we from and deal with our situation, like that. And if we got anything in between us and any enmity, then on the right time, we get that out the way. But ain't nobody my leader unless something happens where like we talking about. We gotta have somebody that's gonna be a representative. Then we need to have a collective that selects somebody to be a representative. But you could be the representative. You know what I'm saying? It don't gotta be Top or anybody else. It could be Top. And I'm not saying none of y'all can't be. So like I just want to make that clear. I ain't taking nothing away from nobody. I'm just saying we gotta stop looking for the savior and stop looking for this leader or whatever. And we gotta be leaders amongst ourselves and be able to stand on our own and do what needs to be done without looking towards somebody else and being like, do you approve of this? No, like you approve of it. You know what I'm saying? That's like I said, that's all respect, brother. And I just wanted to say that to you.
I I deeply and humbly respect what you're saying. I'm in agreement. So I'm out here in Florida right now. I just had my birthday. I'm heading back to Texas tomorrow. I already got my tailor together. I'm about to get suited up, and I'm about to head out to Oklahoma. I was going to do that anyway. I'm moving in that direction, and I'm just showing respect to the group, to the people who were here before me. I'm new in this, but I understand what you're saying. I'm moving with it. I think everyone should do it, especially if they've done their genealogy and they can prove what they're talking about and step out there. It's going to take the full group. And I understand and I also respect order. There's a lot of people here on this platform. I'm more of a meet and greet person. I like to look people in the eye and deal with them in the physical. And so thank you for those words. And I think it's reaching a lot further and a lot deeper than just myself. I appreciate that out of my mind.
Salute, family. It's Dead Game Boxing, man. I just jumped up here to ask y'all some questions, bro. I've been in the around for a minute, looking at all the different sets and different groups that pop up, and this one's been the most meaningful, the most truth. My question to you guys is, I'm trying to understand the freedmen, the freedmans. They kept talking about freedmans in that little whatever they had earlier today. Who are the freedmans, bro? Who are they talking about? Are they talking about African Americans? Who are the freedmans that they're talking about? I mean, because to me, Top Cats made a statement like the 1866 thing was more like for us. So what are they using? What are they talking about? Are they just trying to hijack what I'm just trying to understand. Who are the freedmans? That's my question.
All right. So when the U.S. made their treaties when they were first born, they created these governments with Indians that were allied with them, people that are allied with them. That's where you get civil wars and shit. The Creek Civil War, 1810, 1811, and all shit there, 15, 17. Turn them into the Seminoles in 2022 and shit like that, right? Well, that came from because people were allying with them and coming into this U.S. Created these nations. In the U.S., they didn't recognize the people, they didn't recognize the nations that was here. You had to have a relationship with them. So I use it for example. He say, we not gonna take the Indian land. We gonna fight because Washington plan was to tell a nigga to jump if a nigga don't roll over him. So, and see when time to get to the 1866 treaty, they are not bringing Indians to it. So they went under the freedmen. You had Africans in there, and the Africans got recognized as African, Article 3. But in 1 2, they talk about freedmen. These are the jobs what people call a reclassification, or that's them the people that went under freedmen because they wouldn't recognize your nation under this. You had to under one of these governments that was put in place. Because they give you sovereign to go against them. Way biggest things was Washington and Jefferson. What they together is the relationship with these other European nations. At the Treaty of Paris, 83, niggas sat down at the table and said, "You're down with you," but then them niggas, the British end up going down in Florida and fucking with them niggas in Spain. They with them Indians and they trying to bang against them. U.S. knew this time. So that was they pop. We not bringing these in, and not gonna give them no sovereignty. If you gonna get it, you gonna get in status. You don't have to go under this government like a third party system. They want niggas they own, but they separate the freedmen from the African. Article 3, they about the African, which they said shit up in the treaty. The African don't get a motherfucking thing out of me tata. So they ain't giving the African shit, but they not speaking like the free. So if they could trick you into taking the African, making you the nigga in order, then you not even fight for, because the same thing that they saying is the same shit that you be saying. But they trying to reconstruct it to take out this shit out of there. And you don't get shit, you become African. Look here, say he don't get no land, he don't none of this shit. That's all right.
All right, so let me ask you this, because I'm on my cell phone. It was a little choppy, but I heard everything you said. It was a little choppy. Anybody in the panel, was it a little choppy for y'all too, or was it just me?
Yeah, I thought it
Yes,
was
it was
bounced on.
choppy.
That's why I was coming in.
All right, so check this out. I could hear everything. So let me say this. So they renamed the let me just say the black. Let me not say black, but the original people that was here before Columbus. Let's say them people there. They renamed them freedmen's.
They didn't recognize them. They didn't have a name.
So they
Right? They got a nation, but the U.S. not recognizing that enough because they not recognizing nobody's sovereignty. That's why they created the 5 civilized tribes that took over the whole goddamn Southeast. How? 5 tribes and all them nations and shit that they split up, took over, all them Louisiana tribes and all. That's why niggas ain't never heard of my nation, Kasadi, because they had to go under the Creeks in the late 1800s. They signed up with the Creeks.
So who we just listened to today was the 5 tribes.
Them was the 5 tribes. This that government system that was created to have a relationship with the U.S. If you was gonna be an Indian, you was gonna have to come in through a third party system, but you was still subject to their laws. Like nigga, I keep using the 1845 treaty with the Seminoles when they came. I mean, with them when they ended up signing the treaty, the Seminoles finally signed the treaty and said, "All right, we're gonna go west. We're gonna relocate." Well, in order for them to get that land that they was promised, you had to go under a third party. You couldn't come in and represent yourself. So they had to go under there for legal reasons, and that's what's bounding niggas to the tribes today, right? And that's the only thing. That's why they are taking up so much territory. Cherokee not even from the South. They got more territory than everybody though. They not even from down here. Them niggas come out of New York in the goddamn Midwest. They not even from the South, but they got more land than everybody down there. It was through the but like I say, they signed up to that, but they were subject to they not giving you no sovereignty in that shit. But I would say this here. Well, hold on. I don't know if you got that.
No. I got that. Keep cooking. I'm just learning.
No, I'm done with it right there. But that's So when they came in, they just didn't give them a title. They did the other Indians like that too. See, what made this one, hold on, I guess I got to put this in there. So we just going by the 1830 Indian removal. So those that will have to relocate into Oklahoma, that's who they dealing with in 1866. The other niggas came in after the Civil War. When they came and raised Freedmen Bureau and all that type of shit there, that was them dealing with niggas like that. They made them niggas assimilate. You still ain't get no, that's where you get your black, your Negro, and all of that shit. So at that time, they had a freedmen system going on. That's why when they, after the war, they went on and had to deal with Indian Territory, which was outside of the U.S., but they wanted a peace. That's why they didn't get it to 1807. So that was their land when they had to figure something out because they was tied to the to the Indian Removal Act. That's what made them separate under freedmen. They different type of freedmen than the niggas that came under after the Civil War, after the proclamation and shit. They different from them.
So the freedmen they talking about is not the freedmen that was in Louisiana.
Nah. Them two different people. They only going with the ones in the 5 civilized tribes in Oklahoma. People that was affected by the Indian Removal Act. It ain't got nothing to do with the Freedmen Bureau or none of that type of shit.
Gotcha. All right. I yield my time. Y'all somebody can cook. I just want to know. They had a lot of that black freedman, not black freedman, but that freedman talk and no representation like you guys been saying. So what would it take?
Shan little ass went down there. Shan was up in the building. She went down to Washington. So, you know, we need more
Shan, Latasha, Kenneth,
it was like 4 5.
Ebenezer.
Yeah, it was a nice little, you know what I mean? But you know how many people got in this house now? 139. Shit, we need to be showing these numbers like that. Hey, one, you out there in Jersey and in the New York area, how would you think? Do you think it's something like that possible that when in these different areas, do you think one day we'll be able to get numbers of Indians and Aboriginals and people from the Moor side who claim bloodline ties to America? Do you see one day we'll be able to put something together like that? And if you do, how powerful you think that'll be?
Yeah, I got cut out, man. I don't know what happened with the conversation I was having with Cormel, but on that note right there, right? See, one of the biggest things I see just in doing this documentary, and just interviewing people do not understand the ramifications of them being so-called Indians or Aboriginals or whatever you want to, whatever these tribal or national names are, right? So they're still confused on that. So once you lay it out to them, that wait a minute, because a lot of them, like, you know, and I don't want to get long-winded with them. I'm just trying to give an explanation to what is the problem. One of the biggest problems is a lot of us think we are Africans mixed with Indian, and they don't understand that notion of it.
Hey, but
You know,
hold on, you talking about from the community now, today?
no. Just the people, just the individuals that you run across on a daily basis. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you know, them are the people that we need, because them are the numbers. The ones that don't know that they're so-called Aboriginals or Tonchans or Indians are the ones that has to be reached for you to have numbers. Now, a lot of them don't have the proper understanding or the knowledge or the education for them to understand it, because, you know, you ask a person, do they got Indian in their family? They be like, yeah, well, my grandmother was pale skinned and she had long hair, and they never understand the fact that it was Negroes already here. You understand what I'm saying? So as far as waking up individuals, you know, we done woke up a lot of people just through this paradigm. You understand? But it's still a lot of more work to be done. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot more work to be done for us to be able to be classified. Now, I'll tell you like this, right? A lot of niggas don't fuck with HEMOC, right? They don't fuck with HEMOC. HEMOC got a bad name around these parts or whatever. But one thing that I did see him do that was real profound was when they went to the United Nations and he was saying he didn't have no war bonnet on or none of that other shit. He just had it looked like a kufi with a feather on or whatever in it, right? He was saying that the Aborigines is still getting shot down in the streets. He was referring to us, and you can see all of the Native Americans behind him cringing as he's saying this shit. You understand what I'm saying? So we need representation for individuals who's going to put the real truth out there. Forget all of that's the conversation that me and Cormel was just having. The fact that we're watering it down by not specifying on exactly. Now I'm not saying everyone. You understand? But
Don't you feel like that part right there, shouldn't it be an agenda set, whatever the body is, like this is the agenda that we agree upon and everything else is irrelevant. We're focused on the agenda.
And
I feel like that is what, what you're getting into or leading into is what starts the divide and starts the
let me ask
banging.
Did you see them people on the panel? Some of them was for letting the freemen. You hear the synonyms and the terms that they're using they're using the division. We're not using division. We're trying to get an understanding of who the fuck we are. So if I'm trying to understand who I am and I have to separate myself from this person and saying that I'm not this person, then like, am I supposed to be docile to that? Am I supposed to be?
Well, I guess, yeah, if you're speaking amongst yourselves and your group that you come with, but like just example, if we say we're Indian, you say you're Aborigine, he says he's more, like when we start like cringing at more Aborigine or you at Indian or whatever, it's like that's where the divide starts and the line starts to grow. It's like, this is the agenda, those are the ops. I don't give a fuck what I don't fuck with you, but I fuck with you, and we just focus on the agenda. Not literally. I'm just saying,
right.
We focus on the agenda. This is the agenda that the body agreed on. This is what we're focused on.
Clear on that, right? But let me say this to what you just said, right? Let's just take a head count, okay? The people that's in the chat room and the people that's going to watch this later on, right? How many of them or how many of us was content with calling ourselves Negro, Black, Colored, and African American upon finding out this information?
I was. I mean, I was whatever they called me.
Exactly. So, and it's a lot of other people. The majority of people, because even people who family said that they was Indians when they, because we do go through the general education system, then they start pushing that African slave shit in our face, and then we start going to Pan Africanism, and then we start having some identity with the Africans over there.
But my nigga, they named us African Americans. What you want us to think?
But what I think hurt me more than anything was when I thought I found intellectuals to teach me and let me know who I was. This so-called conscious community, and these niggas fought more than girls in high school, and there's just got all the scholarship in the world and fighting over religion and all this dumb shit. So I went on the journey on my own again to find out who I was. So this will be the same thing if it continues. You get what I'm saying? It's like
it's the same shit. But question for the panel. Question for the panel.
Now and move forward.
Question for the panel. Who on here it would be considered a freedman that they're talking about?
Well, when I looked into my documentation with my family, one person in particular in my family was named all of those things because he lived for so long. The census is very confusing, but at the end of the day, I know that my people was already here. So on the panel on the discussion of today, when we have these people who quote unquote don't look like us speaking about this, it's like a code word. They know who we are. We're just so jumbled up saying so many different things. There needs to be order. And that's the reason why I was saying, as far as an ambassador, Top Cat, when he speaks, a lot of people understand the consistency of what he's saying. And as he moves forward with the information, it's like a teaching moment, and we all understand exactly where he's going. We're talking about people who was here. Whatever name that you want to go by, our people was here. I have my people as a mulatto. Same person later on was a freedman. Same person later on was black. And
They
fought
said
on the Confederacy on the Confederate side and in the U.S. Indian as a U.S. Indian troop. This is the same person. One person identified 3 different times in a lifetime. So this is the confusion. The U.S. Census was used as propaganda to confuse our people and change the race identity multiple times. So as we come back into the fold, and as we go as one people to speak on who we are, we can't have these type of discussions while we up on a panel on TV with the microphone in our face, and one person says this, and another person in another state saying that. It's showing confusion. And so moving forward, that's what I mean by it has to be order. The maturity, what the brother was talking about, it has to be an order. And when we all speak, we speak underneath one voice. And we can go behind, in the closet, and we can have these little things, but we got to work this shit out. And when we speak to the world and the cameras, as millions of people look at us around this world, we need to be able to speak underneath one umbrella with a force that we're not playing.
so. When you say change, that means like what you're talking about, like black, colored, African American, Negro. That's how they change it up. When you said the same person was identified 3 different times.
Correct. The United States Census, the National Archives, has listed our people, the same person, that they lived long enough, and it changes over the decades. But this is talking about the same individual. So that's why this is part of the confusion why we're talking like this right now in 2022. Why we saying these different formations of names, and then the school system, now we African American. We're gonna add one more tally on it. So when you go back and you're talking about 1830s, what were we called? We wasn't called all these different things at that time.
Let me show y'all something. My bad for breaking your wheels and family. Let me show y'all something. Like, we ain't even gonna have to do all that. Like A1 said, when he sent his paperwork in, A1, did them hoes did they give you a house after you sent your paperwork in? Mic check. Well, he stepped away.
Yeah, you clear.
But now that was for A1 if you do. Alright, so earlier, Bess, when you asked him, when he sent his paperwork in, he said they ain't asked him nothing, they ain't give him no problem, right or wrong.
That's
I
correct.
heard him say that.
Right on. So like they know who, like I keep hearing everybody say, they know who we is. They know who you are. They trying to figure out, do you know shit? You ain't said nothing. They ain't said you wasn't. That's what I'm saying. So right there, they having that conversation, but shit, they going by Article 3. It is some Indians out there according to Article 1 and 2. But shit, ain't nobody saying that. Ain't nobody in this hoe. I don't see nobody in this hoe. That's what's happening. You ain't declared it. You ain't told them, say, hey, my nigga, that's me. Here we go. But even if you get a handful, we're there, but we can really be where we need to be at if we really get for real about this shit. It's that simple, bro. Ain't nobody tripping, bro. You gotta understand something, man. You are living in today's world, bro. It's a different world. That's why I'm glad we was able to watch these people today. You can see their faces and everything. Regular people, bro. Regular motherfuckers, man. You pass by, you deal with these people every day while you in society, bro. These are the same type of people, bro. A lot of these motherfuckers getting up, going to work. That's their jobs. Come on,
So
bro.
I get it. So
Yeah,
I didn't mean to interrupt you. So far I got almost 700 people in my family tree that I found. So whatever title that I decided to come up with, that's just what we is.
Yeah, right on. But see what I'm saying, is this here, bro. Them people not doing no tripping, man. Like, yeah, man, we worked our ass out. We got our stories. We have our stories. We have the history. We got the genealogy. You know, we understand that this our shit. This the ancient world and civilization started here. We got all that down to the T. Now we just need to stand up and say, hey, look out, homie, that's me. That little folks ain't tripping. Look at that, man. Come on, bro. Y'all see, y'all be hearing us and all the people y'all listen to for the information and shit like that, people with the microphones in their hand. Y'all hear us talking, then we just heard them talk. Come on, bro. Like, we just heard them. Wasn't nothing spectacular about what these niggas got going on, bro. They going off the treaty, nigga. The treaty belong to us too, nigga. We got the. That's what I'm saying, but ain't nobody representing our side. He's sitting there screaming, talking about, I got the treaty right here. Yeah. And guess what, nigga? We got ours right here, but ain't nobody sitting right. Come on, man.
I'm with you. I'm walking with you. That makes sense. It's a bloodline.
On the panel, it could be panels with niggas on them. Ain't nobody calling up there. Ain't nobody showing up saying, hey, look out. When we get our turn. Shout out to Ali Muhammad. Shout out to Ali Muhammad. Ali Muhammad said he got something going on with the 5 tribes. Let me try to find this and share this.
And why you say that? You say he got something with the 5 tribes. So that means you think you'll be good to ally with them, even though you're not part of that freedom that they talking about?
Ally with who? Ali Muhammad?
No, with those people that was talking today, the 5 tribes.
Nah. Look, if you say 5 tribes, you still have a part to play in the tribes. That's why when we watched in the opening statements, everybody came out there and showed their affiliations with niggas. They put the niggas on they put you on the board. So we can't be out here saying niggas extras out. Cause everybody went down the panel and broke down their relationship with niggas.
Hey, and that's what the whole thing was about, because they mentioned African American freedmen. The whole thing was about the connection to
words. When they mentioned, you heard them saying African Americans. Then you heard them say Africans. So they mention them in 2 different contexts, bro. They not saying these people, but niggas got to catch on to the conversation. They know what they talking about, bro. But if I can get you to, if you don't know, you don't know, but we know. And so we passed that part. We ain't even got to, we ain't even really worried about that part. We understand that motherfucking treaty that is attached to our families that we'll find, and as we had did our research here. So that's what we need to have the understanding on. But as far as Ali Muhammad, I don't think I'm not sure. Let me read it. He say, thanks to the senior jurors for setting up this 5 civilized tribes set up policy in the CDIB policy against First Nation Aboriginals designed to mirror the apartheid practices witnessed in South Africa and other instances of genocide against indigenous people. At the time, 1, the state of the U.S., 2, federal government, and 3, the tribes implemented reclassification tactics against First Nation Aboriginals, reclassifying us as Negroes, our descendants lost self-governance, autonomy, and nationality. For the last 15 years, we have complied with genealogical data, genetic data, archived history to prove this reclassification was a violation of treaties still in force and our autonomy. What the records show is that these acts were breaches of law and now human rights. ORNA has assumed the primary responsibility to use its institution to bring this information to the descendants of disenfranchised Aboriginals impacted by the unlawful acts. We have organized publicly 13 years to bring awareness to these realities, and we have structured institutions in the areas of autonomy to bring in resolution. He said we will release our full statement to the U.S. Congress. We are not asking for any handouts. Our action pertain to protections already guaranteed in the contract. He said resources and injuries suffered due to genocide owed to us by the 5 civilized tribes of the United States. So look like the brother gonna make a political move, a political push, while these 5 civilized tribes out here talking shit. Nobody never went at them niggas for a reparation restitution case. Them hoes ain't never got no fire under their motherfucking foot on no shit like that. Nigga really can come at them hard with a metal pipe on some shit like that. Like, but I swear it sound like Dr. Ali Muhammad want to step to them hoes and tell the bitch out of some reparations. You know what I mean? Hey, you know, when you put your numbers in and shit like that, like right now, man, they got it's actually a you know, they've been emailing, voicing their opinion. A lot of people, man. It's a they got you know, they've been emailing up there, letting them know that, hey, man, you need to uphold the 1866 treaty, and people getting the word out. I just want to raise some form of awareness that you know, people are watching what's going on. Y'all not just in this motherfucker in no closed doors and ain't nobody paying attention. Just like you heard the sister say, she say it was, you know, nigga calling us citizens and members of the tribe as if we really have say so in the pool, because for years they've been making decisions and haven't included them signing signatures on shit and ain't got no niggas present. Nigga ain't even know it was going down. Been making decisions. But ain't no representation there, bro. We gotta step it up.
So my question, now, look, so when it goes to all the different sets, right? Indian, Moor, Hebrew Israelite, FBA, ADOS, all of them. That's so much of a hindrance to the community, to me, because it's division. So under one umbrella, what would be the one umbrella we would come under?
You can't have one umbrella. Well, I say this here. You can find one understanding. You know what I'm saying? One agreement. But you don't want it to be one umbrella. Because you want to have, you know, everybody have their own minds and hearts, you know, their own destinies. And sometimes they may not align at pace or speed. So we got to be respectful of that. And, you know, we have to allow people area to grow and breed. And plus, you know, it's different messages out there. It's more than one way to get to whatever goal we're trying to achieve, man. And so I think that's the most important thing. We just find the space that we agree on, and it be one place that we agree on. And you know, like you in Louisiana, I'm in Texas. Louisiana laws ain't like Texas. You cross they goddamn, what they say, don't mess with Texas, or Louisiana lock your ass up for life. Yeah, it's the same way, electrocution chairs and shit like that. But the politics over there, you know what I mean, don't change the weather over here in Texas. So we can have those type of relationships, man, where you know, people are allowed to be free, man, and do their thing the way they do it, while still on the same journey of you know, that the car moving in.
But wouldn't that be the next step, though? Getting on the same accord?
We're here. I hope this is the beginning of it. I hope these are the seeds that we plant. You know, these type of conversations right here grow that environment. You got to remember, you know, culture a motherfucker. You gotta build culture, bro. You gotta, you know, you have to live in it. It's a way of life. But you know, yeah, bro, you gotta grow that. You gotta that family and all that. You gotta grow it. So it don't just come. You feel me? So nah, you gotta build that world. And right now, man, like I say, I hope these are seeds right here with this type of conversation help do that. Cause yeah, they did have some people go up there today, man, to Washington. So that was dope. You know, it's a start. Definitely a start.
Yeah, I'm glad you put it up there to where we can watch it, because I had no clue it was even popping off.
Hey, you know what, fellas? Check it out. Right. See, first you know, like I said, man, this is a despicable situation. You know why? because the United States government know that they falsely classified us, and they know for what reason that they falsely classified us, because we was living in the land that they wanted. You understand? So part of telling you, like, you know, having the devil admit that he's a liar, like, I mean, do you know the work that it takes to do that? You know what I'm saying? To have the devil actually admit this shit is not done by accident. So I want everybody to clearly understand that this shit is, it was not done on accident that they classified you what they classified you as. If they're still aboriginals that's from all the way from Connecticut or Massachusetts, well, fuck it, let's say, like I said, Canada all the way down to Florida, and Florida all the way through the Mississippi, and all the way up through the Great Lakes, and all the way up through Detroit and all that. You understand what I'm saying? So they didn't do that. They did this shit on purpose. And the thing about it is this, right? We look at the Trail of Tears. We think, the Trail of Tears sent people from the north to Oklahoma. It was already niggas in Oklahoma for hundreds of thousands of years. You know, Sir Solomon Jones films show you that. You know what I'm saying? So, like, we gotta understand the devilish mentality that these people had by classifying you as what they classify you. It's not as simple as we may think it is, but guess what? I don't think none of y'all gonna let me stick my hands in your pocket and take your money. Are y'all? If I just walked up to you and deboed you, I'm quite sure maybe 2 or 3 might let me do it, but the other 7 might fight me. You understand what I'm saying? So this is basically a fight for your heritage and for your culture and for who your ancient and ancestry was. You know, and real quick, a brother in the chat room put that, he don't fuck with the Moorish paperwork. Guess what? You got paperwork now. Give them back your social security and your birth certificate, okay? Because that's paperwork. They got ownership on you. They have a bond with your name on it that is being circulated and is generating revenue. So be kindly, mail your social security off and expatriate. And if you really want to be sovereign, then show and prove to me. Other than that, you got to put these motherfuckers on record. You got to put them on record.
Declaring who you are. Paperwork.
Exactly.
Just putting your truth on paper is not Moorish paperwork. That's just you being a competent adult and letting them know you're not this reclassification, this misclassification, correcting the record and giving public notice.
Yes, he put
and they even, I can't, maybe you could tell me, A1, I can't remember off the top of my head. I've been up for 2 days working and stuff, but before they did the undrip, they did a meeting or whatever and trying to determine how to determine indigenous people, and they came to the conclusion that they're not indigenous, so they can't, tell them you must self-identify, like the indigenous person must self-identify. So like Big said, they're not blocking you, they're not stopping you. Like A1 said, they ain't rebut his truth. We just got to stand up and be who we say we are and show up to the next meetings.
Brother, man, listen, check this out too, right? Now, okay. Now they're basically, they put that the undrip and the A drip out there, right? That is for, like, I look at it, that was for us, right? Because I don't see, like I said, I don't see no Indians who has lost their tribal rule just in circulation and through my daily journeys. I've never seen a Native American who don't know who the fuck they are. And I've never seen, you understand what I'm saying?
A1, doesn't even rights of a child have the right to a nationality?
Exactly. But it's up to you to claim it and rebut what they got on record. Just like I was saying earlier, if a person call you black, you can sue them for that. You can legally sue them for that, for misidentifying you. So what do you think as far as they misidentifying over 60 million people?
because in the whole Africans, I don't subscribe to Africans being born here. I don't subscribe to that because the same people who thought they were slaves are now saying they Indian, find out they got Indian in them. So show me who got African in their genealogy. Outside of DNA, don't know genealogy, show no Africans coming here. The only way motherfuckers is able to find out that they got African in them is by going through 23andMe is owned by Jews, and that's a mystery, and we can come up to many conclusions on why they doing that. But outside of that, through genealogy, I don't think the majority or the mass of us can find somebody getting off some boat and being put on a plantation, especially when niggas own the plantation. Niggas own slaves, and not fucking black slaves. They own white slaves. So I don't understand what people don't understand about this shit. There wasn't no Africans here. In my case, that's my research led me up to make a broad statement like that. Besides the Africans that just got here in the 1900s, that came here willingly. Because everybody on this panel at one point in time thought that they was an African slave until otherwise. So either we're lying or history is lying. And I believe most of the brothers and sisters who say that they got Indian in their family, because you got to see how people face light up when you ask them that. And that is that's something that is only being downloaded from your ancestors. People got pride, but you got some Negroes like, yeah, we all, all of us say we got Indian. I don't believe none of that. And then my next question is, so what do you classify that? Oh, I'm black, African American. But you just told me you got Indian in your family. But they don't understand what the Indian look like. They think the Indians look like the people who was up there on that panel. And that's been my fight from day one. My fight from day one is to show the so-called African Americans, black Negroes, colored, etc., that we been here. Now, we all got different journeys from there because everybody is under a different nation, but ultimately it is our fight to show that they reclassified us. They're lying about the whole history about Africans being brought here and being put on slave ships. Because the 1619 story, let's deal with that real quick, right? They're telling you they brought 20 Africans from Africa, right? But them people was free and they came from the Caribbean. And then one of the so-called Africans that you claim you brought here to be a fucking slave end up owning fucking slaves. So that right there. So, and you got black people who stand on that, who won't even bring up that fact. Oh, well, that was Antonio. Well, tell me this. How is there 1830 black slave owners manual with thousands of black people owning slaves? How? Explain this one to me.
The confusion comes from them telling their story, their history, the way they see it and want it to be seen. So now the question is, are we going to tell our story? Are we going to rebut their,
We've been rebutting
it. Are we going to stand up and unite and show them how we're the supposed mothers and fathers of civilization? Are we going to sit here and,
we're butting heads on nonsense, bro.
We gotta start moving.
Yeah, we're butting heads on nonsense, bro. I don't, like I said, I respect anybody who will take that motherfucking baton and run. Anybody. And at one point in time, like I said, before I got into this, there's only a handful of people out here putting up videos and trying to wake the people up. Now, with that being said, the individuals who got woke as a result of that, now they taking a baton to wake their people up. You got to respect that. But I don't try to go back and forth with nobody. I speak my piece and that's it.
I'm not speaking to you in particular. I'm just speaking
to you. I'm just putting that on record. I'm just putting that on record. Like, I do bills. I don't do the chatty patty shit. I do bills. Anytime when people see me do a bill, was it not however it was communicated or however I put it or whatever, it was a bill. It was a bill for information to wake people up, to inform us of who we are. It was from my perspective or from the perspective of the literature that I'm reciting it from. But in most times I don't recite it, I cross-reference this shit. Because anytime, when you're in school and you're doing a research paper is going to tell you to to line up your pros, line up your cons. Do the knowledge to the pros, do the knowledge to the cons. And you're going to come up with your perspective as of what you see. You understand what I'm saying? So with that being said, like I said, man, I ain't got no beef with nobody. Because ain't nobody that did nothing to my family. Ain't nobody that fucking put their hands on me. Ain't nobody that did nothing to me to where I can't be the bigger person and just piece an issue up. That's the reason why I wanted to have that conversation with May. It wasn't nothing personal. I never had nothing personal. We always show him love. You understand what I'm saying? But I ain't no sucker. So at the end of the day, if you got something to say about me, it's my duty to address you.
Yeah.
Hey, can I hop on that point? So I was listening to Brother Rich today, right? The bill he did with Kyler Khomeini. And it's funny that this panel, I don't know if this was live today or if this was pre-recorded or something, you was just playing it, but the bill that Black Magic 363 did with Kyler Khomeini, and then this right here again, and then like you listen to what A1 was just talking about, it's something for us to pay attention to, and I'm gonna explain. Kyler Khomeini is he's basically challenging this community to proof up with primary sources when all y'all do is show primary sources. The burden of proof is what is against us because they're challenging us. Kaba Khomeini is challenging this community to show proof that we're not African, right? He knows we're not African.
I'll take the fade with him. I never heard of him.
I know, but check it. But check it. So now,
hold on, time out right quick. Who is the person again? What's his name?
Black Magic 363 and Kaba Khomeini.
Who is you talking about? Dr. Kaba?
Yeah, Dr. Kaba.
I got a picture of him saying we are the Aboriginals of America.
Right.
I took the picture.
Right.
But check it. Skinny jeans and some shades.
Yeah. But let me show you, like, all right. First I'm gonna talk about the thing that was going on today. So the whole time in that panel, the 5 nations or the tribes, the Native Americans, on the low, they're throwing the United States under the bus. Like they keep throwing shots and it indirectly they're saying we're not stopping freedmen's from being classified as Native Americans. This is in the Constitution. This is in the law. This is in the United States. You see what I'm saying? This is another avenue they're opening for us to walk in. They're challenging us to do the next move. It's like chess, not checkers. Kaba Khomeini, he's doing the same thing. We keep saying that these people are $5 Indians, that they're not, they're Mongols, they're not this. Kaba Khomeini's name is a contradiction to what he's talking about. Kaaba is the Cuban Mecca. Khomeini is a Persian thing. Where's and then Hiawatha is a Native American.
Right, that's the Iroquois, Great Law of Peace. That's the nigga who put it together.
Right. So from Kaaba Khomeini to the people that was there today, this is an open challenge to us to get our things together and come up there, organize like the brother was saying, and show them proof. I wanted to say that after the brother A1 had just finished talking about.
I say this, man, before I get up out of here, right? For us to have unity, it starts with the individual itself. You know what I'm saying? So I tell individuals, You know, you gotta kind of like for us to come together. We already unified, even though we got differences. People in the family, you got families who got differences and got their little their little differences and shit. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, that doesn't mean they're not family. You understand what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it's up to the individual. Don't look for none of these tribes to accept you. Don't look to try to join none of these tribes. Don't look to try to get yourself aligned with Dawes Rose, who was created by another foreigner who came here to take the land that we reside on. It starts with the individual. So regardless or not, if I'm in any nation or if I'm in any Indian tribe, these motherfuckers know who I am. I'm an Indian that's not fucking taxed at the end of the motherfucking day. And you can be one too. So if you don't subscribe to paperwork, get yourself prepared, get yourself educated, and you find a remedy to basically free yourself. Until we can agree on how we can free ourselves, we're gonna always have differences. You know what I'm saying? Because just like I said, one of the individuals in the chat room, that mortgage paperwork, cool. You call it what you want to call it. Just know one thing. I'm not classified as an African American any longer. So regardless of whatever, if you're not going to do the research, guess what? People got kids, people work, people got real responsibilities out there. You think somebody going to take 5 or 6 hours out their motherfucking day to really help you while I got to fill resources if I got mouths to feed?
Well, let me just say this, boss, because, and I'm about to fall off too. So we getting two different things. From what I can understand, the first brother said basically these people got the door wide open for us just to come in and become a citizen and then move around. If you're a citizen, you can be anything within the community, right? So that's one thing. The brother say, just take your paperwork, boom, the door's wide open. They even mention African Americans. I think it'll be easy. And you, on the other hand, are saying we shouldn't do that. We should do our own thing. Is that what I'm getting?
Dude, let me tell you something. I'm not real talk. This is not legal advice. This is only for entertainment purposes because I do not want nobody to say, oh, A1 told me to do anything. I'm telling you what works for me. And let me just clear up what I said. I did say it in that context, but if I said in that context, disregard that. And if you can do your genealogy and you can find out that what nation or what tribe your people reside from, then from there, if you choose to go join some of these tribes and be at these powwows, meanwhile, the rest of your brothers and sisters is living in this concrete jungle and the fucking projects getting shot up by the police on drugs and they're Indians too, then if you can live with that, that's cool.
That man said he had 12,000 papers waiting and counting and growing fast.
So are you going to take a bag to be classified as an African American free man?
With bag? I ain't even heard of a bag yet. Where the bag is?
Oh, they got a hefty
bag. Man, that just changed the whole game even more, homie.
They got a hefty bag. Just like on Dave Chappelle, when they said niggas got reparations and niggas riding around in Escalades, they got a hefty bag for you Negroes.
Oh, okay.
So if you Negroes want to go ahead and take that bag and dishonor your ancestors and let them give you back that term which we've been fighting to destroy, then if you can live with that, then I can live with it. I know what I'm not willing to do. So with that being said, shout out to all the Aborigines, North, South, Central, and the conjoining
Hi,
islands.
everyone.
Thank
Hi,
you.
everyone.
Peace, 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 Frida. What's up?
How y'all doing? I'm not feeling well, but
before you leave, let me ask you this here before you leave. I know you came over here and built with us on this, man. You gonna build with your people them on it, man. What you think about you doing the build about it or something like that?
Hey, Top Cat, real talk. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. If anybody know me,
We kind of cover the situation. They do this like every 5 years or every so often. We didn't have these conversations and we still had the division. You know what I'm
I
saying?
ain't never had that conversation.
No. I'm not saying you, Top Cat. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying, just in the so-called this paradigm. I don't want to call it a common unity because we are common, but we got to find that unification, right? Definitely. This conversation been going on with me for a long time. You know what I'm saying? I done sat down with a lot of these individuals, like, you know, a lot of these so-called black Indians, like my man from Red Rose East, Travis Sanders. I done talked to Two Hawks, the other brother from what was the nigga? Two Hawks, with Turtle Gang. I done spoke to all. I done had conversations with all of them. Lisa Ackermack, with all of the individuals, and everybody is kind of doing it, but they're doing it for their own nations or what they find in their genealogy. But ultimately, we have to put on record that it was already Negroes here. That is the big discussion that we all have to have. And that is, like I said, that is being separated by, subscribing to African slave stories, subscribing to all these niggas created a history for us.
So we
They created a
need a
history for
voice
us.
to do that.
Huh?
I said we're gonna need a voice to do that.
I mean, I'm not
this
I'm
right
not no
here.
leader. I mean, if you willing
No,
to
I'm saying the
lead,
voice. It ain't about a leader. I'm saying
Yeah.
numbers, the people. We need a lot of people saying the same thing. That's what I'm
So
saying.
this is what I advise for the people. Okay, let's do the Culture Freedom Challenge. Wherever you reside at in this land of the Amaru, when you approach one of your people, instead of looking bold faced and shooting them rocks, you just try to have that conversation with them. Have they ever heard they had Indian in their family? And then from there, because you know, you edify them on the correct history if they're willing to listen to it. Because some are and some aren't. So that's the one part. Outside the YouTube shit, be approachable. Don't be scared of your people. And I walk up on fucking 20 bloods and I'll have a conversation with. You understand what I'm saying? The baddest women, the oldest woman, etc., and have this conversation. So now y'all know. Now start edifying your people, and through education and through people observing and analyzing who they are, then we can get unified outside of this so-called YouTube platform. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Terry Davis, doing African American and Africans. Shout out to a lot of brothers and sisters. But like I said, even with the brother Two Hawk, did a bill in Brown University, and he had all these scholars up there, and not one fucking time did he ever say that it was already black people here. He keeps saying about his fucking tribe, the Nassau Gary. He never said that, or corrected some of these people and saying, look, there's already black people here. That's the conversation we have to have. Other than that, it's going to be confusion.
I got it. Hold on.
Hold on.
Taino. Okay.
Hold up, y'all. Let me ask you this here then. So, if we can put together a panel, offline, and we have some, it's gonna be a lot of people because we're trying to get, people just to sit down. Do you think, you or somebody from the Aboriginal paradigm that y'all trust, like an ambassador or something, that you trust speaking for y'all? Do you think something like that can happen? Just to get the conversation started.
I'm on your platform now. So, I mean, I'm here. So, and I already been reached out to my comrades and, brothers that I rock with about, us, because this is a greater fight. Us, we stand divided, ununified, but unified we are, but with unity, things can happen.
You understand what I'm saying? So I'm definitely, like I said, because I got into this to help the people. I didn't get into this to be doing the nigga shit. I didn't been shot at, fights, all of this shit, prison. I didn't get into it for that. I got into this for a noble cause. You know what I'm saying? So, with that being said, you got my email. I'm quite sure you read my email. Let's talk behind the scenes. I already told you, what the people on my side, they willing to talk to you, they willing to talk to you. But, at some point in time, forget the information is one thing, but the unification of our people is another thing. So definitely email me, you know what I'm saying? If you want to put your number in there, we could talk on the phone and, maybe we could have a conference call and let's just put all this nonsense aside. And just do not separate Aborigines from Indians and the Tonchons. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep all that because that's a division within itself. You understand what I'm saying? Because like I said, regardless of whatever, I identify as being an Indian, but is that my destination? No. You understand? And that, like, the more and more you get into this research, you're going to realize that that's not your destination. Is just being the person or the people or the individuals that came, your ancestors residing on this land from infinity. We don't know how long our people been here, and can't no records or no white man's history determine how long our people been here. So
Can I add a question? I just came up here to how you doing? How you doing, Top Cats? How everybody doing on the panel? I'm not feeling good, so my voice sound raspy. I just want to ask a simple question. I just keep it kind of like simple for people. Have you seen these people here before 50 years ago? I try to keep it as simple as possible. If you haven't, actual elders, have they seen these people here before 50 years ago? Now we know about the orphan train babies. We know about the pink people migration. We know about a lot of other people migration. But have we seen these people here before 50 years ago? I'm gonna say even 30 years ago. If you didn't, then why
Yes.
are we acting like we have to have like we got to go against each other because we don't want to add these people to our bloodline? It's so y'all disrespecting y'all ancestors. You're disrespecting yourself, really, and your children, and your mama and your daddy, because they'll be looking at you like, what the hell? Like, what? Why are you adding these people that don't have no relation to us? They're not us. They're not us. Like, I feel like, man, can we please stop trying to add people to the equation when you know daggone well you never seen these people before, even 20 years ago? It's just I'm noticing people saying that these Hindus are from here. Like, no, what is up with this Hindu people from India and all this other stuff? I'm just wondering, no. And I used to go to work with people like that. They'll tell you straight out they're not from here. Like it doesn't make sense to me. Like I don't understand it. I don't understand it. It's a simple question. Have you seen these people? Go talk to your elders. Even though they don't know who they are, ask them what they saw in their neighborhoods, outside their neighborhoods when they travel, what whatever. Most people travel within the states. And they'll tell you, even with Denver, right? I had a conversation with one lady and she was saying how Denver used to be nothing but a melanated place 30 years ago. Now there's so many daggone foreigners there. It's multidimensional, it's multicultural and all this other stuff. And this is in Colorado. This is the brainwashing that we're going through. And y'all tell us these are the plain Indians. These people wasn't even here in Texas 20 years ago. And I could speak on that from my own bloodline, family members, my first cousins, whatever. And they'll tell you these people was not here 20 years ago in Texas.
Right.
And 5 years ago, they just started coming in Mississippi. It's so many of the people, when we was in Louisiana, so many different people that's not us in Louisiana. It's almost like, oh my God. For real. And we see them bumping on drums and stuff like, oh my God, like they're really trying to usurp themselves into our stuff. Like, man, they're really trying to push us out. And it's like, are we a part of the problem? Are we really a
They
part of the problem? Because it's disrespectful. I like to keep it simple. Did you see them here 50, 30, 40 years
they
ago?
have verified proofs of them people being here. They were some Moors. They were in the Moorish communities. And then you could call them Assyrians. But yes, they were here.
All right, so we gonna gonna wrap it up right there, man. I'm finna get up out of here. I gotta go eat. I done got caught up on this hoe. It's been 4 hours on me and pad then flew by. But that's the bad. I want to appreciate everybody pulling up on the panel. Appreciate everybody in the chat. Appreciate all in the cash out. And keep the energy going, man. All that information shit, bro. It's cool, but we gotta figure out a way to shit get stronger, man. We gotta take this shit to a next level, bro. We moving it to a next level. The information is key, but we gonna have to make sure we doing the work and unifying, bro, doing it together, cause we missing that presence. Shout out to everybody that did go out there to Washington today. They do have like a petition going around, man, like an email. I'll holler at them and see if it's cool if we pass it out to the people, see what's up on that. But man, y'all be cool like y'all be cool. Goddamn, we gone.